What happens when a mere mortal defies the odds, carving a path through blood, sweat, and tears to become a legend? In the shadowy corridors of history, whispers tell of Roman heroes who transcended their earthly limitations, ascending to divine status after their final breath. Was it valor that earned them this exalted fate, or does the price of immortality demand a darker tribute? The echoes of clashing swords and the rattle of armor fill the air as the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows over the blood-soaked soil of ancient battlefields. One hero stands alone, a titan among men, the weight of his destiny heavy on his shoulders. His name roars through the ages. Yet is it glory he seeks, or something far more elusive? In the depths of his heart, a haunting question lingers. What worth is a life of valor if it fades into obscurity? With every heartbeat, tension escalates. Around him, the murmurs of his comrades swell with awe and fear. They speak of divine favor, of the gods watching with bated breath as mortals grapple with fate. The air is electric with anticipation. The gods themselves may descend upon this battlefield, curious spectators to the brutal theater of human ambition and sacrifice. But the outcome is never certain. For every hero, there is a betrayal waiting in the wings, a fate that twists like a serpent ready to strike. As the clash of steel breaks the silence, the hero fights like a force of nature, each swing a testament to his unyielding spirit. He knows deeply that beyond this moment lies his greatest trial, the moment when the veil between life and death grows thin. With each fallen enemy, a darker secret emerges. The deeper the blood runs, the closer he inches toward the realm of the divine. But at what cost? The air thickens with the scent of sweat and iron, a reminder that victory comes wrapped in loss. The haunting faces of comrades lost to time flicker in his mind, specters of a past that refused to stay buried. Each life sacrificed for glory demands a reckoning, a balance that echoes through the ages. Beyond the battlefield, the whispers grow louder, weaving tales of heroes rising to the heavens, their souls immortalized in the fabric of the cosmos. Yet, among the glorious legends, shadows loom, stories of those who achieved divinity only to become trapped in a web of envy and strife, their fates forever intertwined with the very gods they sought to join. As the final clash reverberates across the dying light, the hero stands on the precipice of eternity, teetering between the realms of man and God. Will he rise as a beacon of hope, or will the weight of his choices drag him into the abyss? The line between salvation and damnation blurs, and with it, the haunting truth of what it means to grasp immortality. In this moment, history breathes quietly, holding its breath for the answer that will echo through time. Amidst the bustling streets of ancient Rome, where the scent of baked bread mingled with the chatter of merchants, a singular event would send ripples through the very fabric of the empire. Crowds gathered in the forum, eyes shining with anticipation. As word spread like wildfire, the emperor had died. The moment held a profound weight. This was not merely the end of a ruler's life. It was the dawn of something celestial. The air crackled with the promise of transformation. In Rome, death was not simply an ending but a passage into greatness. The concept of apotheosis, the belief that a mortal could ascend to divine status, permeated the consciousness of its people. As they awaited word of the emperor's fate, whispers spread among the crowd. Could he become a god? The thought electrified the air, filling hearts with an intoxicating mixture of hope and reverence. The very idea that a man, who once walked among them, could rise to the heavens, was both thrilling and terrifying. To the Romans, the virtues of a ruler were paramount. They had witnessed the deeds of their emperors, bravery in battle, wisdom in governance, and the ability to bring peace to a fractured world. The recently departed emperor was no exception. He had led them through trials and triumph, his face etched into the collective memory of the city. The people longed for him to ascend, for in his glorification lay not only their admiration but a reflection of their own ambitions and desires. They yearned to believe that greatness was attainable, even beyond the grave. As days turned to weeks, preparations began. The Senate convened in solemnity, debating the merits of the emperor's life. They meticulously chronicled his victories, his kindness, and his devotion to the empire. Each word was a brushstroke on the canvas of his legacy, painting him as a figure worthy of the heavens. Ceremonies were planned, and temples readied. The air hummed with the excitement of what was to come. A great procession filled the streets, a spectacle that dazzled the senses. Chariots adorned with gold and adorned by the most talented artists paraded through Rome, their wheels rolling over cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of history. Statues of the emperor, crafted in marble that gleamed like the sun, stood proudly atop pedestals, nodding to the crowd as if acknowledging their adoration. Festive music echoed off the ancient walls, inviting all to witness the rebirth of their beloved leader in divine form. As the day of apotheosis approached, there was a palpable tension in the air. The citizens, adorned in their finest garments, lined the streets, holding their breath as the moment loomed closer. Their hearts raced, and the very essence of hope flowed through them. They were not merely spectators. They were participants in an age-old ritual, a collective prayer for the emperor's ascendance. They believed that through their faith, he would not just become a god but would embody the spirit of Rome itself. When the moment finally arrived, a hush fell over the crowd. The Senate declared in a flourish of grand language, their voices echoing against the grand marble of the temples. The emperor was not just dead. He was transformed, elevated to the status of a deity. The crowd erupted in joyous cries, their voices soaring to the heavens, mingling with the prayers offered to the gods. In that instant, the lines between earth and sky blurred, and the people felt an undeniable connection to the divine. Yet, amid the cheers, a voice of doubt slithered through the crowd. Not everyone believed in the glory of apotheosis. Some whispered of political deceit, of a power grab cloaked in the guise of divinity. Skeptics lingered, their hearts heavy with mistrust. Could the emperor truly be a god? Or was this merely a ploy to manipulate the masses? The tension within the crowd crested, creating an undercurrent of unease. But the fervor of the faithful drowned out the whispers of dissent. Temples were built in honor of the newly deified emperor, their altars adorned with offerings of flowers, wine, and incense. His image became part of the fabric of Roman life, appearing on coins, mosaics, and in the hearts of the people. They lit candles and offered prayers, seeking his favor and protection, convinced that their lives were now intertwined with the divine presence. Time flowed, and the apotheosis of emperors became a ritual, a tradition that shaped the very identity of Rome. It was a notion that transcended death, a promise that greatness could extend beyond the mortal coil. The streets buzzed with stories of these divine figures, each tale more grand than the last. Heroes who had walked among them now watched from the heavens, guiding the empire through the ages. But there were those who questioned the nature of divinity itself. What did it mean to be a god? Could one truly embody the essence of the heavens while being rooted in the soil of the earth? These questions lingered like shadows, casting doubt on the shimmering world of apotheosis. Yet, for many, the allure proved too strong. The divine was not merely a distant ideal. It was a promise, an aspiration that fueled ambition and ignited passions. And so, the cycle continued. The people revered their emperors, their belief in apotheosis woven into the very essence of Roman culture. They poured their hopes and dreams into the idea that greatness was never truly lost. Each death was not an end but the beginning of a journey to the stars. In their hearts, they carried the knowledge that through their devotion, perhaps they too could brush against the divine, if only just for a fleeting moment. As the sun set over Rome, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson, a sense of anticipation hung in the air. The rituals would carry on, and the tales of those who had been exalted would echo through time, carrying with them the dreams of an entire civilization. Each soul, whether a believer or a skeptic, understood the profound truth that within the heart of Rome, the idea of apotheosis was alive. A testament to the enduring connection between the mortal and the divine, a bond that would stretch far beyond the reach of earthly existence. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, the air crackled with the weight of expectation. Shadows of towering statues cast long across the cobblestones, each one a silent guardian of stories long etched in stone. These figures, carved with the precision of a master, were more than just symbols. They were mirrors reflecting the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of a society that craved greatness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden light illuminated the marble features of heroes who had once walked among them, their legacies echoing in the whispers of the crowd. A young boy, no more than 10, brushed past a statue of Augustus, the first emperor, with wide eyes and a heart full of dreams. He couldn't help but imagine himself wielding power, leading legions to victory, and bringing glory to his family name. Heroes were not mere legends. They were the lifeblood of Roman culture, shaping the very foundation of what it meant to be Roman. Their tales ignited a flame in the hearts of the people, a flame that could burn bright enough to light the darkest nights. Across the forum, a group of men gathered, their voices blending into a chorus of admiration and reverence. They spoke of Cincinnatus, the farmer-turned-dictator who, when called upon, laid down his plow to save Rome from peril. His story was a testament to selflessness, a beacon of hope that inspired citizens to believe in duty above all. To them, he embodied the virtues of sacrifice, honor, and bravery, qualities that were revered in Roman society. The men raised their voices, recounting the moment Cincinnatus returned to his fields after fulfilling his duty, leaving behind the power he could have wielded. They felt their own spirits lifted by his story, as if they, too, could rise above their circumstances. But the concept of heroism was not confined to the realm of myth and history. It breathed through the actions of everyday citizens. In the face of adversity, one could become a hero in their own right. A mother, with calloused hands and a fierce determination, stood up against invaders to protect her children. A merchant risked his wealth to help those devastated by famine. These unsung heroes, unlike the mighty figures immortalized in stone, walked among the people, their stories whispered in taverns and shared over warm meals. The Romans understood that heroism resided not only in grand gestures but also in the quiet strength of the everyday. In the corners of the city, tales of bravery swirled like the winds that swept through the forum. The gladiators, too, became heroes in the eyes of the crowd. With every clash of steel, the roar of the audience grew deafening. These men, trapped in a deadly dance of life and death, captured the imagination of the masses. They were not merely fighters. They were embodiments of courage, challenging fate in the grand arena of the Colosseum. Spectators held their breath as the combatants faced off, each heartbeat echoing the stakes of their battle. Would the hero rise victorious? Or would the sands of the arena swallow him whole? Even as the blood spilled beneath the hot sun, the stories spun a different tapestry. The gladiators' triumphs were celebrated, their names etched in the minds of those who witnessed their bravery. They became symbols of resilience and defiance against insurmountable odds, inspiring the very fabric of Roman identity. For a fleeting moment, they were more than mere slaves. They were legends, bringing dreams of glory to life. As the night fell, the flickering light from oil lamps cast long shadows, creating a stage for another kind of hero, the poets. With lyrical words, they painted images of valor and sacrifice, spreading the timeless tales of heroes far and wide. Virgil's verses sang of Aeneas, a warrior who journeyed through trials and tribulations to build a new Troy. The audience hung on every word, their hearts swelling with pride and longing. Such stories transcended time, reminding them of the values they held dear: loyalty, bravery, and love for one's homeland. The tales wove through the fabric of Roman life, binding the community together in a shared sense of purpose. In the intimate moments of reflection, as families gathered under the starlit sky, they shared these stories, passing down the legacy of heroes from one generation to the next. Children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited by the exploits of those who had come before them. They learned that to be a hero was not merely a choice but a call to action, a responsibility to stand tall in the face of adversity, to fight for justice, and to protect the ones they loved. The echoes of these tales lingered in their minds, urging them to carry forth the torch of heroism in their own lives. As the Roman Empire expanded, so did the notion of what it meant to be a hero. The conquerors, the generals, and the leaders became celebrated figures, their victories heralded as the triumph of civilization over chaos. Yet, in the shadows of their grand narratives, there lay a more complex truth. With each conquest, the stories of those who fell in battle, those who lost their homes, and those who suffered in silence also emerged. The heroes of the empire were not only those who triumphed, they were also the voices of the oppressed and the fallen. In the quiet moments of the night, when the clamor of the day faded into memory, the whispers of these unsung heroes began to rise. The realization settled heavy upon the people of Rome. True heroism lay not just in glory, but in compassion and understanding. The heroes of Rome were the ones who fought not only against external foes but also for the dignity of every person, their shared humanity binding their stories together in an unbreakable chain. As dawn approached, the first light illuminated the forum once more, the statues standing proud against the rising sun. Each hero's tale continued to pulse through the blood of the city, a constant reminder of the hopes, dreams, and sacrifices that defined them all. The boy who had imagined himself as a leader now saw the broader picture, realizing that every citizen could become a hero in their own right, forging their legacy through love, courage, and compassion. And as the people of Rome moved through their day, the spirit of heroism lingered in the air, an eternal echo of battles fought and victories won, a call to rise, to act, and to embody the very essence of what it meant to be a hero. The stories, alive with emotion and tension, would continue, entwining with the next great chapter of their shared existence. As the city pulsed with the relentless heartbeat of those who dared to dream, the sun dipped low over the ancient hills of Rome, casting long shadows across the cobblestones that had borne witness to countless stories of triumph and despair, of gods and men. It was here, beneath the watchful gaze of the mighty Capitoline Hill, that the threads of faith wove into the very fabric of Roman life. To walk these streets was to feel the pulse of history, a thrum of devotion that had evolved from simple rituals to complex philosophies, intertwining the lives of ordinary citizens with the divine. In the beginning, the Romans looked to the stars and the earth, finding gods in the flickering flames of their hearths and the whispering winds. Vesta, the goddess of the hearth, held a prime place in their hearts, symbolizing warmth and home. Families would gather around her sacred flame, offering prayers and simple offerings, their hopes entwined with the flicker of firelight. Emotion radiated from such rituals, binding them to their ancestors and the land, creating a sense of belonging that transcended time. As Rome grew from a small settlement to a sprawling empire, its religious landscape began to shift. The gods of the early Romans, deeply ingrained in their everyday lives, were accompanied by the arrival of foreign deities. It was a time of expansion, conquest, and, inevitably, cultural exchange. The Romans, ever pragmatic, were quick to adopt and adapt the beliefs of those they conquered. The allure of the exotic drew them in, sparking curiosity and admiration. As the sacred practices of Egypt mingled with the traditions of Greece, the gods began to take on new forms, and with them the very essence of faith transformed. In the bustling forum, merchants and travelers exchanged not just goods but ideas, their voices raised in animated discussions about the mysteries of life and the afterlife. Was there a single divine being watching over them, or were there many? A palpable tension hung in the air, igniting fervor among philosophers and priests alike. The Stoics preached self-discipline and virtue, while the Epicureans celebrated pleasure as the highest good. Each school of thought sparked debates that rippled through the streets, causing hearts to race and minds to ponder the nature of the divine. The grandeur of the temples rose to meet the heavens, adorned with marble and gold, each stone telling tales of devotion. Citizens flocked to the magnificent pantheon, a wondrous testament to the multitude of gods they had come to revere. Here, the skies seemed to open, allowing the divine to mingle with mortal aspirations. Yet, within those hallowed halls, a seed of uncertainty began to sprout. The very act of worship was questioned. Was it enough to appease the gods through rituals, or was there a deeper connection to be sought? Whispers of new beliefs began to circulate like wildfire, igniting a fervor that even the most exquisite temples could not contain. Among the bustling crowds, the figure of a humble preacher emerged, his words a stark contrast to the opulence surrounding him. Jesus of Nazareth spoke not of temples, but of love, grace, and a kingdom not of this world. His message resonated deeply, striking chords of hope and compassion that echoed in the hearts of the weary and the downtrodden. Soon, Christianity began to take root in the soil of Roman society, offering solace to those who felt lost in the chaos of life. As the years turned to decades, the tension between the old and the new intensified. The Roman elite, accustomed to their gods and their rituals, looked upon the growing Christian fervor with disdain. Persecution became the order of the day, as Christians were hunted down and punished for their beliefs. In the dank, dark confines of prison cells, men and women clung to their faith, their hearts pounding with the fear of impending doom, yet illuminated by the light of hope. They whispered prayers in the shadows, their courage igniting a fire that no earthly power could extinguish. In these moments of despair, faith became a lifeline, a bond that connected the persecuted to a greater purpose. The stories of martyrs spread like wildfire, their sacrifices filling the hearts of believers with resolve. As the blood of the innocent soaked into the soil of Rome, the very foundations of the empire began to tremble. The flames of conviction burned brighter, illuminating paths that would ultimately lead to change. The turning point came with Emperor Constantine, a man whose vision extended beyond mere power. As he gazed upon the city, he saw the potential for unity. Embracing Christianity, he made it the favored faith of the empire, transforming the very landscape of belief. Churches rose where temples once stood, their steeples reaching toward the heavens, proclaiming a new era of faith. The Edict of Milan breathed life into the souls of believers, granting them the freedom to practice their religion openly, a moment that sent waves of relief and ecstasy through the Christian community. But change brought its own challenges. The emergence of a state-sponsored religion led to new tensions, as differing interpretations of faith created rifts among believers. The once cohesive community now grappled with disputes over doctrine and authority, their hearts caught in a whirlwind of passion and division. The debates raged on, echoing through the halls of power, as bishops and leaders fought not just for their beliefs but for the very soul of Christianity. Amidst this turmoil, the spirit of Rome continued to evolve. The lines between old and new blurred, as remnants of pagan traditions intertwined with Christian practices. Festivals once dedicated to ancient gods adopted new meanings, the echoes of the past lingering like shadows. The vibrant city became a tapestry of faiths, each thread weaving its story into the grand narrative of Rome. In every corner of the empire, from the bustling marketplaces to the quiet homes, the air crackled with a profound sense of change. The emotional landscape of belief was shifting, and with it, the very identity of Rome. As the sun began to rise over the horizon, illuminating the ancient stones with a golden glow, the city stood poised on the brink of a new chapter, teetering between the weight of tradition and the promise of renewal, the divine and the earthly intertwined in an eternal dance. And as the heart of Rome beat louder, those who listened could sense that this was only the beginning of a far grander tale. A tale that would weave through time, leaving echoes that resonated long after the last breath was taken. In the twilight of a world torn asunder by war, where the cries of the fallen linger like ghosts in the night, a figure emerges from the ashes of Troy, his heart heavy with loss and his spirit ignited by destiny. Aeneas stands at the fiery ruins of his homeland, his eyes scanning the horizon where embers dance defiantly against the darkening sky. This moment captures the essence of a hero, a man burdened by fate, yet resolute in his purpose. He is not alone. The weight of his past clings to him like a cloak, and the whispers of the gods weave a tapestry of ambition and sacrifice around him. Once, Aeneas was merely a prince of Troy, a warrior among many, brave and skilled, fighting for a city that had stood for generations. With each arrow loosed and sword drawn, he had tasted the sweetness of victory and the bitterness of loss. He had watched as the walls of Troy crumbled, a beloved city engulfed in flames, his friends and family perishing in the chaos. But now, with every step away from the ruins, he is transformed, not just a survivor, but a vessel of fate. The winds of destiny howl around him, propelling him towards an unknown future, a promise that pulses with the potential for greatness. As Aeneas journeys through the perilous lands, he encounters divine beings who shape his path. The goddess Venus, his mother, cloaked in ethereal beauty, grants him protection and guidance. With her whispers echoing in his ears, she urges him toward his destiny, revealing glimpses of a land where he is to establish a new home. Italy, a place where the seeds of a great empire will be sown. Her love is fierce, a fire that ignites his spirit, but it also weighs heavy on him, for the gods do not act without cost. In the forests of Thrace, amid the haunting cries of the wind, Aeneas confronts the specter of his fallen comrades. The air thickens with sorrow as he honors their memories, their faces flickering in his mind like shadows. The land itself seems to mourn, the trees bending low as if sharing in his grief, reminding him that heroism is often interwoven with sacrifice. With each tear he sheds, the soil drinks in his sorrow, a testament to the lives lost and the battles yet to come. But the journey is fraught with peril. In the depths of the sea, Aeneas faces the wrath of the goddess Juno, whose bitterness against the Trojans runs deep. She unleashes storms that roar with the fury of 1,000 tempests, threatening to drown his mission in chaos. Yet, amid the crashing waves and tumultuous skies, Aeneas stands firm, an unwavering beacon of hope. With every challenge, his resolve strengthens. He learns that true heroism is not the absence of fear, but the courage to face it head-on. The emotional turbulence reaches a crescendo as Aeneas arrives at Carthage, a city vibrant with life yet rife with tension. Here, he meets Dido, the formidable queen whose heart is as fierce as her spirit. Their connection ignites like a spark in dry tinder, a bond forged in shared turmoil and unspoken dreams. In her eyes, he sees both love and longing, a mirror reflecting his own desires. Yet, this happiness is shadowed by the knowledge of his destiny, a path that will inevitably lead him away. The intimacy they share is suffused with an aching sense of impending loss, a beautiful yet tragic dance between passion and duty. As their relationship blooms, the gods watch with bated breath. Venus cheers for her son, while Juno plots to keep them entwined, knowing the stakes of Aeneas's journey. The tension mounts, a pendulum swinging between desire and destiny. Aeneas is torn. Can he choose love over a fate that insists he must be more than a man, more than a lover? The conflict rages within him, a tempest of emotions that threatens to pull him apart. Yet, the call of destiny is a siren song that cannot be ignored. When the time comes, Aeneas must make a heart-wrenching choice. As he stands on the edge of the shore, ready to sail toward his fate, the anguish in his heart spills over, a torrent of emotions. Dido, her heart shattered, watches him leave, her cries mingling with the crashing waves, a haunting echo that will linger in his soul forever. He sails away, tears in his eyes yet a fire in his heart, knowing that the path to greatness is paved with sacrifice. Each new land he encounters tests his resolve further. From the shores of Italy to the heart of the Latins, Aeneas must navigate alliances and enmities, proving himself not only as a warrior but as a leader destined to unite disparate peoples. The journey is riddled with battles, each clash echoing the struggles of his past. Yet each victory brings him a step closer to the vision that haunts his dreams. A city of strength and unity, a legacy that will echo through the ages. But as he approaches his destiny, the weight of his transformation becomes ever more palpable. Aeneas is no longer just a man. He is a symbol, a divine figure whose story will be woven into the fabric of history. The hero becomes a demigod, not simply through his lineage, but through the trials he has endured. The gods look down upon him, their favor shifting like the winds, and with each challenge he faces, he is forged into something greater, a beacon of hope for future generations. In the final moments before he establishes the foundations of what will one day become Rome, Aeneas stands atop a hill, overlooking the land that he will claim. The sun casts golden rays upon his armor, illuminating the path behind him, a tapestry of struggle woven with love, loss, and the relentless pursuit of destiny. The weight of the gods rests heavily upon him, yet he stands tall, ready to fulfill the promise that has been etched into his very being. The crowd below, eager for their future, looks to him not just as a leader, but as a legend in the making. The winds carry whispers of his name, a promise that transcends time, binding him not just to the past, but to the future that unfolds like a flower, petal by petal. The legend of Aeneas is not merely his own. It belongs to all who dare to dream, to all who bear the scars of their struggles and stand firm against the tide of fate. The air is thick with anticipation, the thrill of the unknown sending shivers down spines. For the story of Aeneas is far from over. It is only just beginning. The air was thick with the scent of blood and anticipation as the citizens of Rome gathered at the Forum, their voices a rising tide of hope and fear. It was a moment suspended in time, one where the past collided violently with the future. In the center of it all stood Julius Caesar, a man cloaked not just in a toga, but in the weight of destiny itself. His dark eyes sparkled with ambition, a fire that could ignite the very heavens. He was a hero to some, a tyrant to others, but above all, he was a man who had clawed his way to the precipice of greatness. As whispers of his conquests echoed through the cobbled streets, they spoke of victories in Gaul, where the blood of enemies soaked the earth. Yet, even as he returned triumphant, the shadows of betrayal began to creep in. The Senate, once his ally, now seethed with jealousy and fear, a storm gathering just beyond the horizon. The respect he sought morphed into an obsession, and the adulation of the people turned dangerously intoxicating. There was a sense that he was not merely a man anymore, but something larger, something divine. The image of a god loomed in the minds of many, a promise of glory and power that made hearts race and blood pulse. Caesar knew the significance of his triumphs. He understood that, in the eyes of the people, he had transcended the ordinary. He was their champion, the bearer of the laurel wreath, a figure who could bend the will of the gods with a mere word. "The Senate is the heart of Rome," he declared, his voice ringing out over the crowd. "But I am its soul." Those words hung in the air like a spell, binding the Romans to him, fueling the fire of his godhood. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was a haunting truth. Every rise has its fall. Days turned into nights filled with grand feasts and raucous celebrations of Caesar's victories. Laughter echoed off marble walls and wine flowed like rivers, painting the city in hues of revelry. Yet amid the merriment, Caesar could feel the tendrils of doubt creeping in. Friends turned into rivals, and he learned that loyalty was a fragile thing. Those who once cheered for him now whispered behind closed doors, plotting the very end of his reign. He was a comet blazing through the sky, but the risk of crashing was ever present. The ominous warning of the soothsayer, "Beware the Ides of March," rang hauntingly true in Caesar's ears. Yet he shook off the caution like a fly, too consumed by visions of glory and the intoxicating allure of power. He believed in his fate, convinced that the gods had cast their lot with him. As he strode through the marble halls of the Senate, flanked by loyal guards and sycophants, the air crackled with tension. Each step felt monumental, each heartbeat a reminder that he was not just a man but a legend in the making. The Senate floor, a grand chamber that had witnessed countless declarations and battles, had become a nest of serpents. The plot thickened as the conspirators, cloaked in the guise of friends, tightened their circle. Paranoia seeped into Caesar's mind like poison, each friendly smile masking a dagger lurking just beneath the surface. Yet, oblivious to the impending storm, he continued to believe he was, in essence, untouchable. March 15th dawned with the promise of betrayals and bloodshed. The sun rose high in the sky, illuminating Caesar's path with a golden glow that seemed to whisper of his destiny. He arrived at the Senate, a man draped in the confidence of a demigod. But even the brightest sunshine casts dark shadows, and that fateful day would prove to be the stage of his tragic ascension. In that moment, as he fell to the floor, the vision of a god crumbling to dust, it was not just his blood that stained the Senate floor. It was the last breath of a legacy that would linger for centuries. The reactions of those present were a tapestry of shock, horror, and disbelief. The very notion that a hero could become a martyr sent ripples through the hearts of the Roman people. With each stab, the conspirators believed they were striking down a tyrant, But what they didn't realize was that they were sealing a fate far greater than they could comprehend. The immortal legend of Julius Caesar was born in that instant, a phoenix rising from the ashes of betrayal. The cries of the people outside filtered through the marble columns, their sorrow soaking into the stones as they mourned their fallen leader. In death, he transformed. The man who had strived for greatness became a god in the eyes of his followers. The whispers of his name echoed in the streets of Rome, a prayer on the lips of those who once adored him. "Long live Caesar!" they cried, their hearts igniting with a fervor that would ensure his legacy endured. As the shadows lengthened and the sun began to set over the city, the transformation was complete. A mortal had risen to godhood, forever etched in the hearts and minds of the Roman people, destined to inspire countless generations to come. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the ancient streets of Rome, a moment unfolded, one that would echo through time. A figure emerged, draped in robes that billowed like the wings of a great bird. His name was Augustus, yet he was so much more than a name. He was about to reshape the course of history, standing at the crossroads of power, legacy, and the divine. In the bustling forum, the air buzzed with anticipation. Citizens thronged around, their faces alight with curiosity and fear, reverence and doubt. Augustus, once known as Octavian, was back from his victories, a conqueror who had brought peace after years of chaos. But peace came at a price, and under his rule, the whispers of divine status began to swirl like the autumn leaves caught in the wind. The people were hungry for hope, and here stood their deliverer, cloaked in the golden light of destiny. As he stepped forward, the crowd fell silent, their hearts pounding in unison. Augustus raised his hand, not just as a gesture of authority, but as a beacon. In that moment, he wasn't merely a man. He was a bridge between the mortal world and the realm of the gods. Behind him loomed the great temples of Vesta and the Capitoline, their marble pillars reaching skyward as if pleading for his mantle of divinity. The scent of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the whispers of the crowd, each breath charged with the electric promise of a new era. "Here stands the son of a god," a voice rang out, breaking the pregnant silence. It was a bold proclamation, echoing through the forum, a reminder of the divine lineage that Augustus had proclaimed. His adoptive father, Julius Caesar, had been deified after his death, and now, by claiming this connection, Augustus sought to solidify his own status, to make the people believe in a godlike ruler. The notion sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, igniting both fervent loyalty and simmering envy. The power of belief is a potent tool. Augustus understood this better than most. He carefully crafted his image, not just as a ruler of men, but as a living embodiment of the divine will. Statues were erected bearing his likeness, not merely to honor him but to worship him. His features were deliberately sculpted to reflect the nobility of the gods. His eyes, deep and wise, promised safety and prosperity. Each piece of art served as a reminder that he was more than flesh and blood. He was a force of nature. Yet, this divine facade did not come without peril. Behind the gilded doors of the palace, tension brewed. Senators watched, calculating. Was their power slipping away? Would loyalty be bought with the promise of divine favor? Or was it merely a mask for tyranny? Augustus, aware of the stakes, crafted his alliances with the utmost care. He surrounded himself with loyal generals and wise advisors, each one a piece on his chessboard. The air crackled with the unspoken weight of ambition, and Augustus wore his crown like a shroud, both glorious and suffocating. In the quiet moments of his reign, when the world fell away, Augustus would gaze out over the city from his balcony, the sprawling landscape glittering with the lights of 1,000 homes. He could hear the whispers of the people drifting up, their hopes and fears swirling like a storm. Would they see him as a god or merely a man? Each day was a tightrope act, balancing on the edge of adoration and disdain. And then there were the omens, the strange phenomena that seemed to herald his ascent. Birds in flight would alter course at his approach, and the night sky would shimmer with stars that felt almost sentient in their gaze. It was as if the universe conspired to cement his status, the very cosmos aligning to affirm his rule. Echoes of the divine played out in every facet of his life, from the grand spectacles in the arena to the rituals performed in temples, where priests would chant his name as if it were a prayer, a mantra of faith. But the weight of divinity left its mark. Augustus faced loneliness in the crowded halls of power. His friends were few, for trust was a currency that could easily be spent and lost. At night, he would often find himself staring at the flickering candles, contemplating the burden of expectation placed upon his shoulders. To be a god was to be eternally scrutinized, and to falter was to invite ruin. The fear of failure loomed large, an unshakable specter that haunted his every decision. In the face of such pressure, Augustus crafted laws and reforms that would echo through the ages. A reorganization of the tax system, the rebuilding of crumbling infrastructure, and the promotion of the arts, all designed to strengthen the Roman Empire and solidify his legacy. Each initiative was wrapped in the aura of divinity. Blessings poured forth as though he were a divine architect, shaping the very foundations of his people's lives. The crowds began to chant his name, a rhythmic tide of devotion that surged through the streets. Augustus! Augustus! They cried, voices rising in a fervor that turned the mundane into the mythical. In those moments, he felt the thrill of the divine coursing through him, a palpable energy that connected him to the gods. The cheers transformed the forum into a sacred space, where the air was thick with the promise of immortality. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was the knowledge that such glory was fleeting. As his reign progressed, the history of Rome began to intertwine with mythology. Augustus sought to secure his place amongst the stars, creating a narrative that would outlive him. He commissioned poets to sing of his victories and carved his achievements into stone for all to see. And yet, every act of greatness was shadowed by the realization that he was still human, still vulnerable. One slip, one moment of weakness, and everything could come crashing down. The balance of the divine and the earthly was a delicate dance, and Augustus was the unwilling dancer, twirling between the adoration of the crowd and the isolation of power. The evening air grew heavy, imbued with the weight of destiny. As Augustus stood amidst his people, feeling their energy pulse around him, the line between God and man blurred. He was the ruler, yes, but in this moment he was so much more. A figure of light and shadow, constantly in search of his place among the stars. And as the crowd erupted in thunderous applause, he felt the surge of divinity, that intoxicating mix of power and vulnerability, beckoning him toward the next chapter of his divine saga. A story that would echo beyond his time, merging into the endless tapestry of history yet to unfold. In the twilight of a fading sun, the air was thick with anticipation as the people of Rome gathered on the Palatine Hill. The sky blazed with hues of orange and pink, casting long shadows over the ancient stones that had witnessed the birth of a city. Whispers spread like wildfire among the crowd, a mixture of awe and reverence. They had come to witness a moment that would echo through the ages, the apotheosis of Romulus, the very essence of what it meant to be Roman, rising to the heavens. Romulus had always been more than just a man. He was a symbol, the embodiment of courage and strength. His heart beat in sync with the pulse of his beloved city. As the people clutched their togas, their breaths caught in their throats. The stories of his bravery in battle, his cunning in negotiation, and his fierce dedication to Rome had woven a tapestry of heroism that brought tears to many eyes. They remembered the day he had laid the first stone of the city, a day marked by the blood of sacrifice, a day that would forever tie them to the legacy of a single man. But today was different. Today, the air crackled with something divine. A hush fell over the crowd as they beheld a strange sight. High above, a chariot painted in gold and ivory descended from the heavens, drawn by magnificent steeds that seemed to dance on the very edge of the clouds. Gasps erupted, and children clung to their mothers, while men exchanged wide-eyed glances. It was as if the gods themselves had decided to pay tribute to their fallen hero, the founder of the eternal city. As the chariot landed softly on the sacred ground, a figure stepped down, radiating an aura of power and grace. Romulus, clad in a robe that shimmered like starlight, appeared both human and divine. He was the same warrior who had fought for his city. His face bore the scars of battle, each line a testament to the struggles he had faced. He walked among his people, the weight of their love and gratitude pressing against him like a warm embrace. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, voices merging into a single chant of his name. Romulus! Romulus! It rang out, echoing against the ancient walls, reverberating through the very stones of Rome. Each shout was a prayer, a plea for strength, for protection, for unity. Tears streamed down faces as hope surged and hearts swelled. In that moment, the people felt invincible, as if the very spirit of Romulus coursed through their veins. Romulus raised his arms, and silence fell again, though the tension crackled like lightning in the air. His voice, deep and melodic, carried over the crowd, soothing and inspiring. People of Rome, I have fought for you. I have bled for you. I have given my life for this city. And now, as I rise to my rightful place among the stars, know that I will always be with you. I will be your guardian, your protector. As he spoke, the earth trembled beneath their feet, a tremor that spoke of the power of the moment. The heavens themselves seemed to respond, dark clouds swirling with purpose overhead. A flash of lightning split the sky, illuminating Romulus in a brilliant light, making him appear as if he were a deity descended from Olympus. Gasps mixed with cries of wonder as the people fell to their knees, surrendering to the majesty of their legendary hero. But amid the awe, a shadow loomed over the gathering. Not all hearts were pure. Not all souls were willing to accept the divine gift of Romulus. From the outskirts of the crowd, a figure watched with disdain, eyes narrowed and a smile that was anything but friendly. It was Remus, the twin brother who had been lost to fate's cruel hand. A jealousy, festering for years, bubbled to the surface. He could not bear to see the adoration that eluded him, the glory that should have been shared between them. Fueled by rage, Remus stepped forward, raising his voice above the crowd. You cheer for a man who is no more than a ghost. What of me, the one who shared his blood? Do you forget my sacrifice, my struggles? I too am part of this legend. His words dripped with venom, and the crowd turned, faces filled with confusion and disbelief. Romulus, in all his divine radiance, turned his gaze towards Remus, the air thick with tension as the brothers faced each other. The silence was tangible, a charged moment where history itself seemed to hold its breath. Brother, you were lost to your own darkness. I embraced the light of our city, Romulus declared, his voice calm but filled with a fierce resolve. You are merely a shadow of what could have been. Remus's face contorted with fury and sorrow, an inner struggle raging within him. The crowd, once united in worship, now teetered on the brink of division. They felt the weight of the brothers' conflict, sensing that this moment could tilt the very foundations of their beloved Rome. Then, as if the heavens could no longer bear the tension, thunder rumbled ominously. The once serene sky darkened, and a storm brewed, mirroring the turmoil among the people. Raindrops began to fall, but they were not mere raindrops. They felt like tears from the gods themselves, mourning the strife between brothers, a reminder of the bittersweet nature of glory and sacrifice. Yet, in the chaos of emotion, a spark of hope ignited. The crowd's murmurs swelled into a new chant, one that sought to bridge the divide. Rome! Rome! They cried, voices rising in unity, a desperate plea to remember what bound them together far more than what pulled them apart. Romulus, feeling the weight of their love, lifted his hands once more. Together, we are invincible. Together, we will forge a destiny unlike any other. His voice soared above the storm, piercing through the turmoil. And just as suddenly as the turmoil began, the clouds parted, revealing a brilliant light that surrounded Romulus. The golden chariot shimmered, reflecting the majesty of the hero who had united a city, a people who clung tightly to the hope of their founding father. The tension in the air shifted, transforming fear into a transcendent energy, binding the hearts of Romans together in their shared legacy. As Romulus stepped back towards his celestial chariot, He cast one final glance over the sea of faces. Faces filled with longing, faces filled with love. And in that moment, a promise was forged. His spirit would endure, woven into the very fabric of Rome, a reminder that legends never truly die. They live on in the hearts of those who dare to dream. With a thunderous roar, the chariot ascended once more, leaving behind a trail of golden light that flickered like the hope ignited in the hearts of the people. And as they watched their hero fade into the heavens, they knew the bond forged was unbreakable, a legacy that would echo through the ages. The tale of Romulus had only just begun, intertwining with the very essence of Rome, a city destined for greatness, forever carried by the spirit of its founding hero. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient city of Rome, yet shadows of uncertainty crept in. A crowd gathered near a grand temple, faces painted with hope, anxiety, and an insatiable longing for something beyond their grasp. The air buzzed with whispers, a promise of strength, a plea for redemption, a connection to the divine. At the center of it all stood Hercules, the once mortal hero turned god, a figure of immense power and tragic flaws. Legends of his mighty feats echoed in the hearts of those who had come to seek his favor, and beneath the surface, a potent force stirred. Hercules was not merely a myth. He was a beacon for the weary and the lost. He had battled monsters, tamed wild beasts, and faced trials that would have shattered lesser men. Yet, with every triumph came the weight of sorrow. His life was a tapestry woven with threads of glory and agony. Those who sought him out are not merely looking for answers. They are searching for salvation, for a way to lift their burdens and find strength in their darkest moments. The temple, adorned with intricately carved columns and statues depicting Hercules in all his glory, stood as a testament to his journey from man to God. The scent of incense filled the air, mingling with the murmur of prayers directed towards the marble figure. As the sun dipped lower, the flickering torchlights brought the stone to life, casting moving shadows that danced across the faces of the worshippers. Each flicker seemed to breathe, to pulse with the promise of Hercules' legendary strength. In this sacred space, emotions ran high. A mother clasped her child tightly, whispering stories of Hercules' bravery to instill courage in her little one's heart. A soldier, weary from battle, knelt in fervent prayer, seeking the hero's blessing to protect him and his comrades. Each soul present felt the weight of their desires as they encircled the altar, their hopes as fragile as the flame of the torches illuminating their path. As dusk enveloped the city, the air thickened with an electric anticipation. The priests of Hercules, draped in robes of deep crimson and gold, emerged from the shadows, their faces solemn yet resolute. They carried sacred offerings, honeyed cakes and wine, symbolic of life and vitality, to honor the hero god. The crowd hushed, eyes wide and hearts racing, as the priests began to chant ancient hymns, their voices rising like a wave, crashing upon the shores of longing. In that moment, the boundary between the mortal and the divine seemed to blur. Time hung suspended, and the air vibrated with energy. It was as if Hercules himself hovered just beyond the veil, listening to the cries of his faithful. The stories of his labors, the slaying of the Nemean lion, the capture of the golden hind, the retrieval of the Erymanthian boar, were not just tales of old. They were lifelines thrown into the turbulent waters of despair. Each story served as a reminder that even the mightiest heroes faced their own demons. Yet Hercules was no stranger to betrayal. His heart had been pierced by love and loss. The tale of Deianira, of poisoned gifts and tragic misunderstandings, loomed large in the minds of the faithful. It was a stark reminder that even gods were not immune to the sorrows of the human heart. The crowd swelled with empathy and grief, united in the understanding that strength did not come without sacrifice. The flickering flames reflected the pulse of the crowd, each fire mirroring the beating hearts of those gathered. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the temple, causing the torches to sway violently, and gasps echoed among the worshippers. Some feared this was a sign, a warning from the heavens. Others felt it was a call to arms. Perhaps Hercules was guiding them, urging them to muster their courage in the face of adversity. As the night deepened, the priests began to narrate the tales of Hercules' ascension to divinity. It was a tale shrouded in both triumph and tragedy. He had earned the favor of the gods, yet his path was paved with unimaginable pain. The audience clenched their fists, eyes glistening with tears, as they listened to the agonizing moments that shaped their hero. There was a shared understanding that even in his glory, Hercules had faced insurmountable odds, every victory tempered by sacrifice. With each word, the priests wove a spell of hope and despair, drawing the crowd closer. They spoke of the moment Hercules was granted immortality, a radiant transformation from man to god, yet steeped in bittersweet remembrance of the life he left behind. The worshippers felt themselves pulled into the narrative, their own struggles echoing in the verses, their silent prayers merging with that of the hero's own. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, a young woman with wild, fiery hair and eyes alight with determination. She stepped forward, her voice unwavering as she spoke of her own trials, her battles with despair and defeat. "Hercules!" she cried, tears streaming down her face. "I am lost, but I seek your strength. Teach me to carry my burdens like you did." Her declaration hung in the air, electric and raw, igniting a fire in the hearts of the crowd. They responded with fervor, raising their voices in unison, each calling out for courage, healing, and hope. The temple pulsed with emotion, a living entity breathing in the prayers of the faithful. Hercules was more than just a figure of myth. He was a promise of resilience and a testament to the enduring human spirit. The night wore on, the flickering torches casting long shadows as the priests continued their chants, the air thick with the scent of offerings and the weight of dreams. Darkness wrapped around the temple like a cloak, but the fervor inside burned brightly. Each flicker of flame seemed to illuminate the path for those who dared to believe in something greater. The bond between Hercules and his worshippers grew thicker, transcending time and space. They were not merely in his presence. They were part of his story, and he part of theirs. With every chant, with every prayer, the walls of the temple echoed with a longing that felt almost palpable. Hercules, a man transformed into a god, whispered through the ages, reminding them that strength was not the absence of fear, but the courage to face it head-on. And as the night deepened, the flickering shadows danced around them, weaving a tapestry of connection, unity, and raw, unyielding hope, spiraling into the unknown, where the next chapter of their journey awaited. In the flickering shadows of a grand Roman hall, a statue of Jupiter loomed, its marble visage catching the light from a nearby torch. The flickering flame danced around it, almost as if it were alive, breathing in the essence of the gods. This was no mere decoration. It was a testament to the power of the divine, a bridge between mortals and immortals. Above the statue, a tapestry depicted the Olympian gods in all their glory, Zeus wielding his thunderbolt, Hera in her majestic gown, and Athena with her wise gaze. Such images held a story of transformation, where human legacies were intertwined with the celestial, and where the concept of apotheosis thrived. Roman leaders, clad in the robes of emperors, would stand before these images, their hearts heavy with ambition. They longed for their spirits to ascend to the heavens, to be immortalized alongside the gods of Greek mythology. The notion of becoming one with the divine was intoxicating, a dream that whispered sweet promises of glory in the ears of men hungry for power. The Roman emperors, in their quest for reverence, found inspiration in the tales of Greek heroes who had walked the earth and, through valor or tragedy, had been elevated to the status of gods. Consider Julius Caesar, a man whose very name echoed through history with the weight of legend. He returned from conquests, not just with riches but with the ambition to alter his fate. The Greek myth of Heracles, who overcame monumental trials and was granted immortality, lingered in his mind. Caesar, too, desired that divine reward, a chance to ascend beyond the mortal coil. The day he was declared a god, after his assassination, marked a turning point, not just for him but for the very fabric of Roman belief. His apotheosis was a reflection of the influence of Greek ideals, a nod to a tradition that glorified those who dared to challenge fate and mortality. The cities of Rome were alive with stories and myths. Temples dedicated to various deities stood high, each structure echoing with the whispers of ancient legends. Mars, the god of war, was celebrated as a figure not only of power but of nobility and honor. His stories intertwined seamlessly with those of Ares, the Greek counterpart whose fierce nature was both feared and admired. In this blend of cultures, Romans found a blueprint for their own aspirations. The lines between mortal and divine blurred, creating a tapestry of aspirations that colored their very existence. As emperors expanded their territories, they began to see themselves not just as rulers but as demigods. The influence of Greek mythology seeped into their very essence. Augustus, the first Roman emperor, understood the power of image. He commissioned art that drew heavily from Greek traditions, portraying himself with the attributes of Apollo, the sun god, radiant, powerful, and eternally youthful. The message was clear. He was not just a man. He was a beacon of divine light, destined for greatness. The ceremonies that followed an emperor's death were elaborate and filled with emotion. Friends and followers would gather, their hearts heavy with grief but also brimming with hope. They would offer sacrifices, erect altars, and chant prayers, urging the gods to welcome their fallen leader into the celestial realm. This ritual mirrored the stories of Persephone, who journeyed between worlds, her tale a reminder that death was not an end but a transformation. The Romans, steeped in such narratives, understood that to die well was to live again, forever immortal in the eyes of their people. The echoes of Greek myths resonated in the very streets of Rome, where the tales of gods and heroes inspired not just rulers but common citizens. The influence was palpable as gladiators, warriors who fought for glory in the arenas, were often compared to the likes of Theseus or Achilles. They fought not just for survival but for an everlasting legacy, a chance to be remembered as more than mere mortals. Each clash of swords and roar of the crowd held the weight of ancient stories, where valor could lead to divine favor. Inscriptions on tombs often reflected this desire for immortality. "Here lies a man who conquered as Hercules did," they would read, echoing sentiments of pride and aspiration. Death, for the Romans, was an extension of life's drama, a final act before the grand performance of eternity. They borrowed from the Greek understanding of fate and destiny, believing that to be remembered was to truly live forever. The transition from life to apotheosis was painted with strokes of both hope and sadness. In the grand amphitheaters, where thousands gathered to witness the spectacle, the air crackled with the tension of anticipation. Heroes were crowned, tragedies unfolded, and the stories of gods intertwined with those of mortals. It was here that the Roman belief in apotheosis found its voice, whispering promises of divine recognition to those brave enough to seek it. Mystery shrouded these rituals, drawing in crowds from near and far. The Romans reveled in the idea of transformation. They understood that to ascend was to embrace a mythic legacy. They were the authors of their own stories, weaving the threads of ancient Greek mythology into the fabric of their lives. The influence was undeniable, shaping their beliefs, their art, and their very identity. The influence of Greek mythology on Roman apotheosis was not just a cultural adoption. It was a passionate embrace of ideals that transcended time and space. The divine beckoned, and in their hearts, the Romans felt the stirrings of the gods, urging them to reach for the stars. And so, the statues in the halls and the frescoes on the walls watched over them, guardians of their ambitions and dreams. The legacy of the ancient Greeks lived on, woven intricately into the very essence of Roman life, creating an unbreakable bond between the past and the unfolding future. The tale continued, an infinite loop of ambition, divinity, and the haunting whisper of what it means to be truly immortal. In the flickering light of 1,000 torches, the air thrummed with exhilaration. The citizens of Rome gathered in the forum, their eyes wide with wonder as they awaited a moment that would be etched in the annals of history. A moment when a mortal would cross the threshold into divinity. They had seen emperors come and go, but Trajan was different. His reign had brought prosperity, peace, and the promise of greatness. The love for him was palpable, a shared heartbeat in the crowd that echoed against the ancient stones. The day had arrived. Trajan lay in state, his body adorned with the finest linens, as if nature herself had draped him in the softest clouds. His face, serene and noble, suggested he was merely sleeping, dreaming of conquests and the glory of Rome. Yet, the whispers of the crowd grew louder, wrapping around the scene like a shroud. "Is he not a god among mortals?" they murmured. "Did he not bring the empire to its zenith?" Each voice heightened the tension, building a storm of emotion that rolled through the gathering like thunder. Suddenly, from the shadows, the Senate emerged, their togas flowing like the tides of the Tiber. They carried with them both the weight of tradition and the spark of change. As they approached the lifeless figure of the emperor, the crowd held its breath. Senators bowed their heads in reverence, for they understood this was no ordinary ceremony. The words that would soon fill the air would redefine the very essence of power in Rome. Trajan's legacy would not stop with his death. It would ascend to the heavens. "Deus Trajanus," a senator's voice rang out, strong and clear, slicing through the tension. "Let it be known on this day that Trajan shall be revered as a god." The declaration ignited the crowd. A wave of emotion surged. Tears mingled with joyous cries as the words sank in. Trajan, the benevolent protector, the strategist of military triumphs, was now more than flesh and blood. He was divine. As the Senate proclaimed the edict, they established a sacred precedent, a model for every emperor who would follow. In that moment, history shifted. Trajan's spirit, so integral to the Roman identity, would live forever in the hearts of the people, but also in the pantheon of gods. The very act of deification was a masterstroke, an intricate tapestry woven with threads of loyalty, respect, and the deep desire for a guiding force. Trajan was no longer just a leader. He was the embodiment of Rome itself, a beacon of hope and strength for generations to come. But within that grand spectacle lay an undercurrent of unease, a flicker of doubt in the minds of those who witnessed this transformation. As the celebrations escalated, whispers of what this meant for future emperors began to circle like hawks waiting to swoop down on their prey. The notion of divinity attached to leadership was a double-edged sword. Would all who followed in Trajan's footsteps be measured against his greatness? A daunting standard had been set, one that not all could hope to achieve. The pressure would weigh heavily on those who dared to wear the laurel crown. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the forum, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Statues and temples would rise in Trajan's honor, but behind every towering monument, there would be those who questioned. Would the whims of the gods favor the new emperors? Could they achieve the same heights, or would they fall into the shadows of their divine predecessor? The crowd, now filled with adoration and uncertainty, watched as priests and priestesses began their sacred rites around Trajan's body, preparing him for his ascent among the stars. A profound stillness settled over the forum, as if the world itself paused to witness the transformation. The crowd, once vibrant with life, became a sea of reverent silence. There was a collective breath held, a unity of spirit as the priest raised his hands to the heavens, invoking the divine. In that moment, the pulse of Rome quickened, intertwined with the heartbeat of a god. Trajan's deification was not just an act. It was a promise, a commitment to the people that their leader would always watch over them, even from the celestial realm. As the rituals unfolded, emotions ran high. There was joy, certainly, but also an echoing sadness for the loss of a beloved leader. In the midst of the fervor, the image of Trajan, his noble face, his unwavering gaze, lingered in the hearts of all present. He had been their champion, their light in dark times. Now he would be their guardian spirit, forever watching, forever guiding. But with his ascension came the heavy mantle of expectation for those who would follow. The thought echoed through the minds of the senators, who stood on the precipice of change. They understood the power of this moment and the weight it bore. Future emperors would no longer just be men. They would be potential gods, each one striving to capture the essence of Trajan, to embody his virtues and to secure their place in the heavens. It was a perilous path, lined with the potential for greatness, but also fraught with the danger of failure. The bar had been set. As the sky turned a deep indigo, stars began to twinkle above. The crowd remained, entranced by the magic of the night, caught in the web of reverence and expectation. The city felt alive with possibility, yet the shadows whispered of the challenges to come. Would the emperors of tomorrow rise to the occasion, or would they crumble under the weight of their newfound divinity? The question hung in the air like the scent of incense, sweet and heavy. And in this moment, amid the flickering lights and the profound silence, Trajan became more than a man. He became a symbol, an everlasting pulse in the heart of Rome, a beacon for every emperor who dared to dream of greatness. The crowd, caught in a blend of euphoria and trepidation, could feel the presence of their beloved leader, now transcending the boundaries of life and death. The divine had begun its dance with the mortal, and the tapestry of history was being woven anew, each thread glinting with the promise of what was yet to come. The air was thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield. For the soldiers of Rome, this was not just another day. It was a moment that would resonate through the ages. A young general stood among them, his gaze sharp and unwavering, a glimmer of destiny in his eyes. Scipio Africanus had come to embody not just a military leader but a symbol of hope, a beacon of unmatched glory in a world riddled with chaos. Years earlier, as a boy in the bustling streets of Rome, Scipio was fueled by the tales of great warriors. His heart raced with the desire to be remembered as a conqueror, a liberator of his people. When news of the Second Punic War reached his ears, the fire ignited within him. He was drawn to the idea of greatness, not just for himself but for his beloved Rome, standing firm against the looming shadow of Carthage. The whispers of his ancestors echoed through his mind, urging him forward, fueling an insatiable hunger for recognition. As he approached the battlefield of Zama, the air crackled with anticipation. The fate of nations hung in the balance. Scipio's soldiers looked upon him not merely as a commander but as a living legend, a promise of victory that had begun to feel like a divine prophecy. They remembered the stories of Hannibal, the Carthaginian general who had dared to cross the Alps with elephants, striking terror into the hearts of Romans. But now, as dusk settled, Scipio felt a surge of unshakable confidence. He was not just a man. He was the embodiment of Rome's will, and the gods were watching. With a fierce determination, Scipio rallied his men. He spoke with a fiery passion that stirred something primal within them. Today, we fight not just for ourselves, but for every Roman who has dreamed of a future free from fear. We stand together against the darkness of tyranny. His voice, strong and commanding, echoed across the field. The soldiers, ignited by his words, roared in unison, their spirits soaring. There was a moment of clarity, as if the heavens themselves had opened, granting Scipio a brief glimpse of divine favor. As the battle commenced, Scipio demonstrated a brilliance that left his enemies bewildered. He maneuvered his troops like pieces on a chessboard, anticipating every move the Carthaginians made. It was as if he were in tune with the very rhythm of war. The clash of swords and the cries of men filled the air, a cacophony that blended into a single heartbeat. Scipio fought valiantly, his courage an unyielding force. When he faced the mighty Hannibal, the world seemed to hold its breath, awaiting the outcome of this legendary confrontation. In that moment, when steel met steel, Scipio felt a connection beyond the physical realm. It was as if the spirits of his ancestors were standing beside him, their presence lending him strength, guiding his hand. He could almost hear their whispers in the chaos, urging him to push forward, to claim his destiny. The weight of expectation bore down upon him, yet he welcomed it. He was not just fighting for victory. He was fighting for the very essence of what it meant to be Roman. As the dust settled and the cries of battle faded, victory belonged to Scipio. The Carthaginian forces crumbled under the sheer force of his strategy and will. It was a triumph that would echo through the annals of history, a moment when Rome would rise to unparalleled heights. The soldiers, battered yet filled with a sense of invincibility, lifted Scipio upon their shoulders, chanting his name as if he were a god. The joy surged through him, a mixture of relief and elation, but within, a quiet sense of humility also blossomed. He remembered the faces of those who had fallen before him and understood that this glory was not his alone. It was shared with all who had fought and sacrificed. But even in his triumph, whispers of the divine lingered. As night descended, Scipio looked skyward, stars twinkling like the eyes of the gods observing his every move. Had they smiled upon him? Did they recognize his efforts, his sacrifices? There was a profound connection he felt with the universe, as if he had taken a step closer to the divine. It was a realization that transcended mere victory. It was a recognition of his place in history. In the days that followed, as Rome celebrated its newfound glory, stories of Scipio's exploits spread like wildfire. Poets sang of his bravery, and playwrights penned tales of his cunning, immortalizing him in the hearts of the people. Yet, amid the adoration, a shadow loomed. Scipio was not just a hero. He was now a target, a figure that incited envy and fear among those who coveted power. The very qualities that had brought him glory now cast a long shadow over his life. There were those in the Senate who whispered of his growing influence, who plotted in the darkness, fearing what Scipio might become. The divine recognition he had felt began to twist, transforming into a burden. The weight of his destiny pressed heavily on his shoulders, a reminder that with great power came great peril. The glory he had once embraced now danced precariously close to the edge of a cliff, threatening to pull him into the abyss of betrayal and intrigue. Scipio's heart raced as he felt the shift in the air. He could sense the currents of fate swirling around him, a tempest brewing in the distance. Was this the price of glory? Would the very gods who had once smiled upon him now turn their backs? He found himself standing alone in the quiet of the night, the echoes of his triumph fading, replaced by the chilling realization that divine favor was as fickle as the wind. The shadows whispered secrets, and Scipio knew he was on the precipice of a new chapter, one that would test not only his courage but his very soul. As dawn approached and the first light broke over the horizon, a new battle awaited him. Not one fought with swords and shields, but one waged within the hearts of men. The path ahead twisted like a labyrinth, and Scipio could feel the pull of fate guiding him toward an uncertain future, fraught with challenges that would demand every ounce of wisdom he possessed. The glory he had earned was but a prelude to the trials yet to come, a reminder that for every victory on the battlefield, the true test of a hero lay in navigating the treacherous waters of ambition and loyalty. And so, the saga of Scipio Africanus continued, each moment a thread woven into the rich tapestry of history, a tale of glory and divine recognition that would resonate through the ages, lingering in the hearts of those who dared to dream of greatness. The story remained unfinished, an everlasting echo of a hero's journey, poised at the threshold of destiny, beckoning with the promise of what lay ahead. The flickering torches cast eerie shadows on the ancient walls of the Senate, each flame whispering secrets of power and ambition. Senators draped in their togas sat in tense silence, hearts racing with anticipation. They gathered not just to debate laws but to decide the fate of a figure who had soared from the dust of the battlefield to the heights of glory. In this moment, they held the keys to a fate far grander than mere politics, an elevation from man to a god. In the year 42 BCE, the echoes of civil strife were still fresh, and the weight of Julius Caesar's assassination hung heavy in the air. The Senate, a body once brimming with noble intentions, was now embroiled in ambitions that twisted like the roots of a vine. In the shadows, whispers of divinity for Caesar slipped through the cracks, as senators debated whether his legacy warranted an immortal status. Was it mere flattery for a fallen leader or a genuine desire to honor a man who had changed the course of Rome? As the discussions unfolded, the air crackled with tension. The senators, both fearful and hopeful, pondered the implications. What would it mean to elevate a mortal man into the divine pantheon? They knew that divinity could bring not just honor but also a perilous shift in power. To grant divine status was to set a precedent that could challenge the very structure of their society. Their hearts raced in unison, each beat a reminder of the stakes involved. The year 42 BCE was a stormy one for Rome, with the winds of change pushing against the old ways. The memory of Caesar loomed large, a specter haunting the halls of power. Some senators saw in him a flawed but brilliant leader, a man who dared to defy tradition and reshape the world. Others viewed him as a tyrant, a threat to their cherished ideals of the Republic. The conflict within the Senate mirrored the chaos of the streets, where citizens grappled with their own conflicting emotions about the man who had once filled them with hope. In this charged atmosphere, the Senator Mark Antony rose to speak. His voice, rich and passionate, resonated through the chamber. He painted a picture of Caesar's triumphs, his military conquests, and his unwavering vision for Rome. As he spoke, the senators could almost feel the thundering hooves of soldiers, hear the cheers of the Roman legions, and see the banners waving in a glorious breeze. Antony's words breathed life into the memory of Caesar, igniting a flicker of longing among those who had admired the man in life. Would they not now honor him in death? Yet, dissent brewed like storm clouds on the horizon. A senator known for his stoicism, with furrowed brow and piercing gaze, stood to counter Antony's fervor. He warned of the dangers of deifying a mortal. Images of past leaders who had fallen from grace flashed through his mind. The very thought of a godlike figure ruling over them sent shivers down his spine. The Republic was built on the principle of shared power, and to anoint one man as divine was to risk plunging the entire system into chaos. Tension thickened the air as senators exchanged glances, their minds racing. Each word weighed heavily, echoing in their hearts. A vote loomed, but the decision was more than a simple tally. It was a crossroads in history. Would they choose to immortalize a man whose breath once filled the Roman streets with life? Or would they turn their backs on greatness, fearing the unknown? The atmosphere felt electric, charged with possibilities and risks. Antony's arguments ignited fervor within some, and in that moment, they envisioned a world where Caesar's spirit could guide Rome through its darkest nights. To them, he was not just a man. He was the embodiment of Rome's ideals, a beacon of hope that transcended the ordinary. They imagined citizens honoring him with statues, temples rising in his name, and festivals celebrating his life. The thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through the chamber. But caution echoed in the heart of the reluctant senators. They envisioned a future where power was concentrated in the hands of a few, where the Senate's voice could be drowned by the worship of a single man. It was a powerful notion, and the weight of that idea pressed down upon them. Would they sacrifice their values for the fleeting glow of divine favor? As the debate raged on, the shadows of ambition danced on the walls, their forms flickering like flames. Outside the Senate, the people of Rome awaited news with bated breath, caught in the tides of uncertainty. Would their leaders honor a hero or tread cautiously, holding fast to the remnants of the Republic? The citizens, too, were torn. They had witnessed the brilliance of Caesar, felt his passion, and understood his flaws. They yearned for guidance in a time of turmoil, and perhaps a god who had walked among them could provide that light. With voices rising and falling like the ebb and flow of the Tiber River, the senators faced their reckoning. The weight of history settled on their shoulders as they prepared to cast their votes. Each senator's heart beat like a drum, echoing the pulse of a city caught in the grip of destiny. It was a moment that would echo through time, a decision that could redefine their world. The flickering torchlight reflected the urgency of their plight, illuminating the faces of men torn between duty and desire. And then, with a rising crescendo of voices, the moment of truth arrived. The senators cast their votes, and the chamber held its breath. What would their decision mean for Rome? Would they choose to honor Caesar, or would they lean away from the divine, clinging to the fragile threads of their republic? As the results trembled on the edge of revelation, the heart of Rome beat in sync with the fate of its heroes. The flickering flames bore witness to the scene, and the world outside held its breath, waiting for the dawn of a new era, or the haunting echoes of what might have been. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the ancient stones of the Forum, where whispers of old heroes lingered like the scent of incense in the air. Crowds gathered, their faces a tapestry of awe and reverence, drawn together by the promise of something extraordinary. They weren't just waiting for a spectacle. They were ready to celebrate the immortal. Standing before them was a statue of a once-living man, now transcended into a symbol, a deity carved from the very essence of their hopes and dreams. This was no mere tribute. This was a powerful ritual of devotion, the heartbeat of a culture that worshipped its fallen champions. In the minds of the people, these heroes were not simply figures from the past. They had become gods, their stories woven into the very fabric of their society. Each hero had a tale that ignited the imagination. A warrior who had saved the city from destruction, a statesman who had ushered in an age of peace. As the crowd chanted their names, the air crackled with electric energy, a mix of reverence and yearning. The past wasn't just history. It was alive, breathing through the voices of those who still believed. Children clutched their parents' hands, their wide eyes reflecting the glimmer of torchlight as they gazed upon the marble likenesses. They had heard the stories, whispered in the quiet of night, of great deeds and noble sacrifices. The legends of these heroes lived on, especially in the days of festival when the entire city would come alive with the spirit of the past. It was a time when the veil between the mortal and the divine felt thin, allowing something magical to seep into everyday life. Among the statues, one stood out, a figure draped in a flowing robe, his face stern yet kind. The crowd reverently called out his name, invoking his presence. They believed he watched over them, ensuring their safety. The rituals performed in his honor were elaborate, involving sacrifices and offerings, a testament to their need for his guidance. Each act of devotion was a thread, binding the community to their shared history, reaffirming their connection to the hero who had once walked among them. As the evening wore on, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Priests, adorned in ceremonial dress, moved among the people, their voices raised in prayer, imploring the hero to grant them strength and wisdom. The flickering flames of the torches reflected off the polished stone, creating a dance of light that seemed to animate the heroes themselves. The crowd swayed together, caught in a trance, their collective heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the past. Here, every song sung, every prayer uttered, was an act of faith, a way to bridge the gap between the living and the divine. With the climax of the festivities approaching, the air buzzed with fervor. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd as the high priest stepped forward, his voice resonating like thunder. He spoke of the heroes' courage and sacrifice, recounting tales of battles fought and victories won. The people listened, enraptured, their hearts swelling with pride and longing for the days when their champion had roamed the earth. Tears welled in their eyes, not only from sorrow for the hero's death, but from an overwhelming sense of belonging to something greater. But just as the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, a low rumble echoed in the distance, a reminder of the fragility of their existence. What if the hero they worshipped was not as invincible as they believed? The thought sent chills down their spines, a fleeting wave of doubt that threatened to disrupt the evening's reverie. Yet, it passed as quickly as it arrived, swept away by the fervent chanting that filled the air once more. The people clung to their beliefs, each declaration a shield against the uncertainties of life. In that moment of communal worship, the tension between faith and reality blurred. They were not just honoring a hero, they were reaffirming their values, their hopes, and their dreams. The idea of a hero was not just about the individual but what he represented, a beacon of strength in times of despair, a reminder that greatness was possible. The crowd erupted into applause, their cheers echoing through the stone avenues as if the very walls were awakening to join in their celebration. As the night deepened and stars glittered like diamonds above, the rituals continued. Offerings were presented, each item a token of gratitude. Fresh fruits, fragrant flowers, and small trinkets were placed at the statue's feet, a tangible expression of love and devotion. The air was thick with incense, swirling around the statues in a fragrant embrace, as if the heroes themselves were inhaling the adoration of the people. The atmosphere pulsed with life, an ecstatic celebration of mortality transformed into immortality. Yet, in the shadows, a different story simmered. whispers of dissent. Not everyone was swept away by the fervor. Some voices questioned the wisdom of idolizing the past so fervently, fearing the danger of losing themselves in the fog of nostalgia. Heroes, they argued, were human too, flawed and vulnerable. But such thoughts were drowned out in the cacophony of worship, lost in the sea of devotion. The celebration reached its zenith, and as the flames flickered in the night, the crowd began to chant the hero's name in unison. It was a cathartic release, a moment where past, present, and future merged into one. Each voice was a thread in a tapestry that told their collective story, a history woven into the very identity of their people. The hero was not merely a figure in stone. He was alive in their hearts, a testament to what it meant to aspire, to hope, to believe. As the night wore on, the stars above bore silent witness to the fervent devotion of the living, who sought comfort in their memories and their rituals. The celebrations would linger long after the final ember had extinguished, a reminder of the heroes who had become gods and the indelible impact of their legacies. It was a cycle of life and death, faith and doubt, a tapestry that would continue to unfold. Vespasian's last breaths hung heavy in the air, a moment suspended between life and the divine. The grand halls of the palace were alive with whispers, the very walls vibrating with the tension of what lay ahead. Around him, the faces of nobles and journalists flickered with a mixture of grief and anticipation. They were about to witness a transformation unlike any before, one that would etch itself into the fabric of history. "Is it true?" A voice broke through the murmurs like a soft blade. "Will he become a god?" Eyes darted around the room, catching the flicker of candlelight as if it were a prophecy. In that fleeting moment, an emperor was not merely dying. He was on the precipice of becoming something greater than himself. Vespasian, the man, was fading, but the image of Vespasian, the divine, was about to be born. As his spirit began to entwine with the very essence of Rome, the air crackled with a potent mixture of fear and hope. The elite marveled at the thought of this humble soldier-turned-emperor ascending to Olympus, taking his place among the gods. It was more than an idea. It was a promise of power, a new order. The imperial cult would rise with Vespasian at its helm, forever altering the relationship between the divine and the mortal. In the shadow of the majestic temple of Jupiter, a gathering stretched across the piazza. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting an orange hue over the multitude, each person holding their breath as they awaited the proclamation of the new order. The air was electric with excitement and uncertainty. Vespasian had conquered not just territories, but hearts, and now he would conquer the heavens. Sacrifices, rituals, and statues were prepared, every detail meticulously crafted to honor a man who had brought stability to a fractured empire. A priest stood before the crowd, a vessel of sacred words, his voice rising over the masses. "Today, we witness the birth of a new divinity," he proclaimed, and the crowd erupted into ecstatic cheers. They believed, they wanted to believe. The idea of a god walking among them, a protector who would guide them even in death, ignited their souls. It was a flame that spread through the crowd, igniting their faith and their longing for something greater. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, the remnants of Vespasian's earthly form lay still, a canvas awaiting the brush of eternity. Here, the blending of mortality and divinity was marked by the immaculate symbolism of a laurel wreath, adorned with olive branches, a testament to peace and victory. As his family surrounded him, their eyes glistened with unshed tears. They were losing a father, a husband, yet they were also claiming a new legacy that would outshine their grief. The moment Vespasian's spirit was declared divine, the empire trembled. It was as if a great tide had shifted, sweeping away the dust of old beliefs, making way for the colossal wave of the imperial cult. The manipulation of faith became a powerful tool, a means by which emperors could mantle themselves in the fabric of myth and worship. Vespasian had cracked open the door to this new realm, but it was his successors who would ultimately stride through it. The streets of Rome became a living testament to this new belief. Statues of Vespasian sprang up in the bustling markets, at the harbors, and in the temples. His visage, chiseled in stone, gazed down upon the citizens, reminding them of his divine presence. Each statue, each inscription was a reminder that he was no longer just a ruler. He had become an eternal symbol of Roman might and virtue. Yet, with this newfound reverence came a chilling realization. The power of the divine could be wielded not just for unity but for control. The fervor of the masses could easily be harnessed for darker purposes. As people flocked to idolize their new god, there were whispers of dissent, of those who questioned this elevation. What did it truly mean to deify a man? Could he still be a symbol of hope? Or would he become an instrument of tyranny? The echoes of those thoughts mingled with the fervent prayers rising to the heavens, as if the very clouds were listening. In the temples, incense burned thick as offerings were made, hands raised in supplication. Vespasian, son of the divine, guide us, they called, their hearts pounding with veneration. It was a prayer that could be both a sanctuary and a shackle, depending on who held the reins of power. The euphoria of his apotheosis rippled outward, ensnaring the minds of many, but not all were caught in its web. Dissenters gathered in shadowy corners, their eyes gleaming with defiance. They whispered of a time when emperors were mere mortals, leaders who walked among the people, not gods who soared above them. Their voices were small yet fierce, igniting a flicker of rebellion that promised to challenge the divine narrative being woven around Vespasian. Yet, as the imperial cult burgeoned, it began to intertwine with the very essence of Roman identity. Festivals sprang up, a cacophony of celebration and homage, where citizens donned togas and masks, embodying the spirit of their divine emperor. Laughter and music filled the air, but beneath the surface, currents of discontent swirled, a tension that threatened to erupt. In the years that followed, as new emperors ascended the throne, they would look to Vespasian's legacy as both a guide and a warning. The complex tapestry of worship and control, love and fear, would be stitched tightly together, each thread a testament to the struggle between the human and the divine. The glories of Rome and the shadows of its gods would stand intertwined, forever altering the landscape of power. As the sun set on Vespasian's mortality, darkness began to creep in, shaping the very nature of what it meant to be Roman. In the quiet echo of footsteps and the distant roars of the crowd, a new chapter in history was being written, one painted in strokes of celestial gold and human ambition. Vespasian, now a god, had not just ascended. He had unleashed a new era that would resonate through the ages, challenging the very foundations of belief and power. The world had changed, and there was no turning back. The night was dark and heavy, a blanket of silence enveloping the ancient city of Rome. The flickering torches cast long shadows against the towering marble columns, whispering secrets of a time long past. In the heart of it all stood a young boy, a mere child named Gaius Octavius, unaware of the grand destiny that awaited him. The air crackled with a tension that hinted at the monumental changes to come, as the whispers of the gods seemed to echo through the very stones of the city. Little did he know, he was destined to rise from obscurity to become Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, forever entangled in a legacy that would shape the course of history. The Julio-Claudian dynasty began with Gaius's great-uncle, Julius Caesar, a man whose very name still sends shivers down the spines of those who hear it. He was a military genius and a conqueror, a man who dared to cross the Rubicon and defy the Senate. The streets of Rome swelled with adoration for him. As he returned from battle, his triumphs celebrated with lavish parades. But glory breeds envy, and in the shadows, conspirators plotted. On that fateful Ides of March, whispers turned to screams as blades pierced Caesar's flesh, leaving the Senate drenched in blood. The fall of a titan sent shockwaves through the empire, a stark reminder of how swiftly power can slip through one's fingers. When Julius fell, his adopted heir, Gaius Octavius, stepped into the fray. He was young, but fire burned in his heart. The weight of his lineage hung heavy, yet he embraced it, transforming himself into Augustus, a name that would resonate through the ages. His ascension was marked by a series of calculated moves, an intricate dance of alliances and betrayals. Perhaps the greatest of these was his union with Livia Drusilla, a woman whose beauty and cunning could rival the fiercest of warriors. Together, they forged a partnership that would reshape the very fabric of Roman society, a blend of passion and ambition that would become legendary. With Livia by his side, Augustus changed the landscape of Rome, his vision blurring the lines between power and divinity. He proclaimed himself the princeps, the first among equals, while subtly crafting an image of a godlike ruler. Temples were erected in his honor, and the people began to worship him as a divine ancestor. The very notion sent ripples of fear and awe throughout the empire. Citizens looked up to him, their eyes filled with a mix of reverence and dread. The power of belief was palpable, a force strong enough to build an empire and crush dissent. But the divine ancestry came with a price. Augustus's reign was shadowed by the specters of his own bloodline. His successor, Tiberius, a man who wore the crown of power yet often appeared as a tortured soul, ruled with an iron fist. Tiberius's early years were marked by accomplishments, military victories that expanded Rome's borders, yet inside him churned a tempest of paranoia. His heart grew heavy with the weight of expectations, and he found solace in the isolation of the island of Capri. From there, he ruled with fear, a chilling reminder of the fragility of power. The whispers of betrayal haunted him, and he turned his back on the very people who once hailed him as a hero. Caligula, Tiberius's successor, emerged from the shadows, a figure shrouded in both charisma and madness. His reign began with great promise. The people were ecstatic, believing they had a ruler who would bring them joy. But his early days were soon eclipsed by a darkness that consumed him. He danced on the edge of sanity, reveling in his power, demanding to be worshipped as a god. The palace echoed with laughter that morphed into screams as he indulged in cruelty, transforming the empire into a theater of horror. The once vibrant city of Rome felt the chill of fear creeping into its very soul. Nero followed, a name that sends a shudder through time. Rome burned as he fiddled, or so the tales say, a stark image of a ruler lost in his own delusions of grandeur. The great fire consumed the city, leaving ashes in its wake while Nero proclaimed new beginnings. His artistic ambitions clashed violently with the expectations of his people, and he took refuge in extravagance, constructing opulent palaces amidst the ruins. The cries of the suffering filled the air, their despair a haunting reminder of power's toll. Nero's descent into madness captivated and horrified, leaving citizens to wonder. Was he truly a god or simply a man lost in the tumult of his own making? The Julio-Claudian dynasty, while a lineage of emperors, was also a tapestry woven with the threads of ambition, betrayal, and madness. Each ruler clawed at the heavens, seeking to etch their name into eternity, but in their pursuit, they often lost their humanity. The echoes of their legacies linger in the air, a reminder of the price of power and the fragility of life itself. It was a family consumed by their desires, their triumphs marred by the relentless specter of their ancestors. As the echoes of the past dance in the shadows of Rome, a new era begins to take shape, the air thick with anticipation. The streets pulse with the heartbeat of a restless populace, their eyes scanning the horizon for a leader who could unite them once more. The whispers of old gods mingle with the hopes of a new generation, the divine ancestors watching over, their stories weaving through time, urging the bold to rise. In this grand tapestry of fate, the dance of power continues and the narrative unfurls, a thread leading toward the next chapter of history, where the future waits, just out of reach, shrouded in mystery and promise. In the flickering light of a late afternoon sun, a man dressed in flowing robes stepped into the grand arena of Rome, his presence electrifying the air around him. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, their voices a mix of awe and reverence. What made this moment so captivating was the silence that followed, a silence filled with expectation and weight. For this was a gathering not just to witness a spectacle, but to witness the ascension of an emperor, the moment when the mortal is transformed into the divine. This was the legacy of the Antonines, a dynasty that would shape the very idea of deification. It was a legacy steeped in heroic deeds, and the collective memory of a people who, in their heart, believed that their leaders were not just men, but gods among them. The principles of kindness, wisdom, and strength that defined the Antonine rulers forged a bond with the populace that transcended the throne. They were the shepherds of the Roman people, inspiring loyalty and love that bordered on worship. As the sounds of adulation echoed through the Colosseum, one could almost see the shadows of Trajan and Hadrian flickering like ghosts beside the newly honored emperor. Each had their own story, a tale of conquests, administration, and public welfare that contributed to their elevation. These men were not merely rulers. They were saviors during times of strife, building aqueducts, expanding the territories, and ensuring peace, known as the Pax Romana, which reigned for nearly 2 centuries. Yet, it was not merely their actions that earned them deification. It was the extraordinary transformations they inspired. When Marcus Aurelius, philosopher and ruler, took the throne, he encapsulated the Stoic virtues that spoke to the hearts of his people. His meditations echoed through the ages, a testament to his introspective nature. As he faced the pressures of leadership during the Marcomannic Wars, his ability to remain steadfast, to exhibit compassion amidst chaos, made him not just a ruler but an embodiment of divine grace. The rituals that surrounded the deification of these emperors were enchanting, steeped in tradition and spirituality. When an emperor died, the Senate would often convene to declare him a god, an act that transformed the grieving process into one of celebration. Prayers were offered, temples were erected, and statues adorned the streets. The people once mourned their leader, but now they chanted his name in unison, believing he had ascended to the heavens to join the pantheon of gods. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, the narrative of the Antonines took an even more poignant turn. Lucius Verus, co-emperor and a figure shrouded in controversy, also felt the weight of this legacy. His reign was marked by lavishness and a stark contrast to the austerity of his counterpart, Marcus Aurelius. Yet, in the wake of his sudden death, the Senate still honored him, folding his complexities into the tapestry of the Antonine legacy. The dichotomy of mortal flaws against the backdrop of divine elevation painted a rich portrait of humanity's struggle for perfection. In the air hung a longing, a desire for connection that transcended the boundaries between earthly rulers and celestial beings. Every deification ritual was a reminder of the greater aspirations that lay within the hearts of the Roman people. They sought not just leaders, but mentors who could guide them through the storms of life. As the priests offered sacrifices and lit incense at the altars of fallen emperors, tears mingled with the scent of burning oils, invoking memories of battles won, peace secured, and the relentless pursuit of a brighter tomorrow. The stories of the Antonines were also woven into the very fabric of Roman society. Those who lived during their reign spoke of nightly gatherings in candlelit homes where tales of their emperors filled the air. Children played games of mimicry, pretending to be Trajan, offering coins to the needy or Hadrian, designing wondrous buildings that stood as testaments to their vision. Each story was a thread, binding the people to their leaders, cultivating a culture that believed in the divine potential of humanity. Whispers of these stories echoed through the ages, not every tale painted with the brush of glory. Some spoke of the shadows that lurked beyond the adoration. The power of deification came with its burdens, a cycle of expectation that could crush the very souls of those who ascended. Not all emperors were embraced by the Senate or the people. There were those who fell from grace, their legacies marred by the weight of failed promises. Yet even their stories found a place in the grand narrative, reminding the populace of the delicate balance between the divine and the human. The Antonines left a legacy that was more than mere rulers. They embodied an ideal, the hope that anyone could rise to greatness, that even in the face of adversity, one could inspire others to greatness. This legacy was immortalized in marble statues, in temples that endured the test of time, and in the hearts of a people who hungered for connection with something greater than themselves. As the final echoes of applause faded into the night, the torch of deification continued to burn brightly, casting long shadows into the future. The line between God and man began to blur with each new emperor who took the throne, each one adding to the rich tapestry of Rome's history. The Antonines were not just a chapter but a living legacy, a reminder of what it meant to be both mortal and divine, wrestling with the very nature of existence. And so, the stage was set for the next act in this unfolding saga, a tale that would continue to resonate through the annals of history, where every heartbeat echoed the dreams of an empire, forever striving for the divine. The whispers of the past lingered in the air, waiting for the next hero to rise, to be adorned in the robes of glory, as the cycle of deification continued, each moment pregnant with the promise of transcendence. In the flickering light of the Colosseum, shadows danced on the ancient stone, whispering tales of glory and blood. With every roar from the crowd, the air grew thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that coursed through the veins of both spectators and combatants alike. It was a time when the very heart of Rome pulsed with the feverish energy of entertainment, a spectacle that bound the empire together in shared exhilaration and fear. And at the center of it all stood Commodus, the emperor whose ambition knew no bounds. The sun beamed down on him, golden rays glinting off the polished armor he wore as he strode into the arena with the swagger of a god. He was not just any emperor. He was the son of Marcus Aurelius, a philosopher king, yet Commodus had cast aside the mantle of wisdom for the intoxicating allure of blood sports. He relished the applause, drinking in the adoration as if it were the sweetest wine. The crowd's chants echoed like a heartbeat, a rhythm that quickened as he approached the center of the arena. A gladiator among warriors, a ruler turned fighter. His transformation had begun in the shadowy corners of his mind, where whispers of grandeur mingled with the intoxicating thrill of combat. The emperor began to see himself not as a distant ruler, but as a champion, a demigod who could wield both sword and scepter. "I am Hercules reborn," he declared, often dressing in lion skins and wielding a club, the audience gasping as he took the stage. It was not enough for him to govern. He wanted to conquer, to overpower, to be worshipped as a deity among men. Yet, behind his bravado, a darker truth lurked like a hidden blade. Commodus was a man consumed by insecurity, driven by an insatiable need for validation. He had been raised in the shadow of greatness, forever compared to his father's wisdom and strength. The adoration he craved could only be found in the roar of the crowd, and so he fought, day after day, against men who were trained to kill, believing that victory would carve his name into the annals of history. Each fight was a duel not just with his opponents, but with his own demons, and the lines between reality and fantasy blurred as he donned the persona of a gladiator god. The arena was a crucible of life and death, where the air smelled of sweat, blood, and ambition. Commodus faced off against seasoned fighters, each one a testament to the brutal training and dedication required to survive. The crowd held its breath as they clashed, steel meeting steel, the clang echoing like thunder. With every kill, the emperor reveled in the adrenaline rush, his heart racing faster than the swords could clash. But there were moments, fleeting yet sharp, when fear would creep in, gnawing at the edges of his bravado. What if he fell? What if the fighter before him was not just a mere man, but a harbinger of fate? As he dispatched another challenger, the roar of the crowd washed over him like a tidal wave. The cheers were deafening, a chorus that filled him with pride. Yet deep down, a shiver of doubt lingered. Commodus had begun to see the arena as his true throne, where he could prove himself not just to Rome, but to the ghosts of his past. Yet, with every victory came the whisper of betrayal. Not everyone was enchanted by his newfound identity. Senators and nobles watched with narrowed eyes, their hearts filled with resentment, fearing the power he wielded not just over swords, but over the very fate of Rome itself. They plotted behind closed doors, their shadows lurking in the corners of great halls, where ambition brewed like a storm, ready to unleash its fury. The whispers of dissent grew louder. Would this gladiator emperor be their downfall or their salvation? As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Commodus felt invincible. But the taste of glory was bittersweet, a fleeting moment that could vanish like smoke in the wind. Each fight could be his last, the arena a double-edged sword. It was a thrill that intoxicated him, yet it tethered him to a destiny he could not escape. The final confrontation came unexpectedly, a moment that would echo through the ages. A formidable opponent stood before him, a gladiator known for his brutal skill and unyielding spirit. The crowd buzzed with exhilaration, tension crackling in the air like electricity. As they circled each other, the eyes of the Empire were upon them, united in anticipation. The fight began, a dance of death where every move could spell victory or demise. Commodus fought fiercely, but doubt gnawed at him like a relentless beast. In the flurry of strikes, he saw not just an opponent, but a reflection of his own fears, the fear of failure, the fear of not being enough. The crowd's cheers faded into a distant murmur, and in that moment, something primal awakened within him. He was not just a gladiator, nor merely an emperor. He was a man wrestling with his own legacy. In a final, desperate act, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, a whirlwind of power and fury. The air was thick with suspense as steel met flesh, and with a final blow his opponent fell. The roar of the crowd surged once more, but for Commodus, the victory felt hollow. The cheers echoed, but the ghost of his father loomed larger than life, reminding him that the true battle was never about the arena. It was about the soul. With uncertainty creeping back in, Commodus raised his sword high, a gladiator god crowned in blood, but the weight of the empire pressed down heavier than ever. As he stood triumphant, the shadows of betrayal tightened around him, ready to close in. The stage was set for a climax that would shake the very foundations of Rome. The line between emperor and gladiator blurred into chaos, a world on the brink of transformation, where glory could swiftly turn into ruin. In the grand hall of the Roman Senate, a palpable hush enveloped the crowd. Eager faces, both awed and apprehensive, turned towards the colossal figure standing at the center. The air thickened with anticipation, and all eyes were fixed on the man who had risen from a general to the emperor who would transform an empire. It was a moment that shimmered with the weight of history, a moment that would echo through the annals of time. That man was Constantine, and he was about to ascend not just to power but to legend. As the sunlight streamed through the ornate windows, illuminating the marble floor, a sense of divinity hung in the air. Whispered prayers fluttered from the lips of the faithful, and the flickering candles cast shadows that danced like spirits on the walls. Among the gathered throngs, some clutched the crosses they wore, their hearts racing with a mix of hope and dread. This was more than a political ascent. It was a spiritual awakening, a beacon of faith amidst a storm of uncertainty. Constantine stood tall, a blend of fierce determination and serene grace. He was a warrior, yes, but now he wore the mantle of Christ's chosen. The transformation was not merely a strategic move. It was a profound moment of connection to a faith that had once been persecuted. As he gazed upon the assembled masses, the whispers of his mother, Helena, echoed in his mind, reminding him of the heavenly vision that had ignited his heart. In this sign conquer, the message had whispered to him, and now, standing at the precipice of his destiny, he felt that eternal truth surge through his veins. The apotheosis of Constantine wasn't just about political maneuvering. It was an intertwining of the sacred and the secular. His conversion marked the dawn of a new era, where the empire that had hunted Christians like wild game would now cradle them in its embrace. The shimmering glow of the cross burned brighter in the hearts of the believers, illuminating paths once shrouded in darkness. The tension in the hall was almost unbearable, a tightrope strung between the past and an uncharted future. Suddenly, the moment shattered like glass as the crowd erupted in a chorus of approval, the sound cascading through the chamber like a tidal wave. Some cheered, their voices rising in fervor, while others remained quiet, their minds grappling with the implications of this transformation. For them, it was a surrender, a relinquishing of old beliefs and fears. But in that moment, the air crackled with the possibility of change, a new chapter in the story of faith and power. A sense of urgency gripped the hearts of those who believed. The shadows of persecution had haunted them for generations, and now, with Constantine at the helm, a flicker of hope ignited. The very idea that an emperor could embrace their faith sent shivers down their spines. It was an exhilarating revelation. Could this man, this leader, truly be their champion? Could he usher in a time when their faith was no longer shunned but celebrated? In the midst of this euphoric chaos, a figure emerged. An old priest, stooped with age yet radiating a quiet strength, stepped forward. His voice, though frail, rang clear as he proclaimed Constantine's dedication to the faith. The room fell silent once more, captivated by the weight of his words. You, O Emperor, stand at the crossroads of history. In your hands lies the fate of a faith that seeks not just to survive, but to thrive. A shudder rippled through the audience, a collective breath held in reverence. But in the back of the hall, doubt lingered like a dark cloud. Some whispered of ulterior motives, questioning whether Constantine's embrace of Christianity was genuine or merely a bid for power. Their skepticism hung in the air like a heavy mist, threatening to shroud the emerging light. Would he truly champion the cause of those who had suffered so greatly? Or was this a mere facade, a calculated move to solidify his reign? As the emperor raised his arms in a gesture of unity, he spoke of love, forgiveness, and a new Rome built upon the principles of Christ. His voice resonated with fervor, igniting a fire within the souls of those who craved salvation. Let us build a city where the light of Christ can shine eternal. The words flowed like honey, sweet and inviting, and the atmosphere shifted once again. Fear began to dissolve, replaced by a burgeoning sense of unity and purpose. But while some rejoiced, others remained skeptical, their hearts heavy with history, tales of martyrdom, of screams in the night, and of families torn apart echoed in their minds. Every word from the emperor felt like a fragile thread, strung between hope and skepticism. How could they trust a man with such power, a man who had once fought against their very existence? Yet, amidst the uncertainty, there was an undeniable allure. The promise of a faith that could flourish within the walls of the empire was intoxicating. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, bathing the room in a golden hue, the ceremony shifted towards a celebration of unity. Banners adorned with the Christian symbol fluttered in the gentle breeze, while the aroma of incense filled the air, weaving a tapestry of reverence and hope. Laughter and joy mingled with soft hymns, creating a symphony of faith that reverberated throughout the hall. The old priest raised his hands in blessing, and in that fragile moment, something monumental shifted in the hearts of the assembled. They were no longer simply subjects of an emperor. They were participants in a divine dream. The atmosphere crackled with energy, a mingling of human aspiration and divine purpose, as if the very essence of hope had taken form in their presence. Yet, as the festivities continued, a sense of foreboding loomed just beyond the horizon. The political landscape was shifting, alliances would be tested, and challenges lay ahead. Constantine's journey was far from over, and the story of his transformative apotheosis was just beginning. The stage was set for a dramatic confrontation between faith and power, and the world would watch as the threads of history intertwined in a tapestry both beautiful and tragic. Even as the music swelled and laughter echoed in the chambers, a single question lingered in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Would this be the dawn of a new age, or a fleeting moment in the grand saga of faith? The shadows of doubt and hope danced together, entwined in a restless embrace. The story was far from finished, and the next chapter hung on the precipice, waiting to be written. The clash of steel rang through the air, a symphony of chaos that echoed across the dusty plains of Carthage. Each strike sent shivers down the spine of every soldier, while the cries of the wounded filled the air with an ominous tension. A fleeting moment hung heavy in the atmosphere, where both victory and demise danced tantalizingly close. To warriors like Hannibal Barca and Scipio Africanus, these were not mere battles. They were stages upon which legends were born and destinies were sealed. Hannibal stood, his eyes dark and fierce, scanning the horizon. The sun dipped low, casting a fiery glow across the battlefield, illuminating the determination etched on his face. He was a man who had crossed mountains and endured countless hardships for the sake of his homeland. Each scar on his body told a story of sacrifice, of bravery. He was not simply fighting for Carthage. He was fighting for an idea, a legacy that would echo through the ages. The bravery of his men surged in his chest, an unbreakable bond forged by blood and shared dreams. They believed in him, and he would not let them down. On the other side, Scipio Africanus strode forward, his armor gleaming like a beacon of hope in the dimming light. A master strategist, he had watched Hannibal's triumphs, learned from them, and now stood ready to challenge the myth. Scipio was not just a soldier. He was a force of nature, a man destined for greatness. Even as the weight of expectation bore down on him, he felt an exhilarating rush. This was the moment that would carve his name into the annals of history. Victory or defeat, his heart was fueled by the promise of glory. As the two leaders prepared for their fateful encounters, the whispers of their warriors grew louder. Stories of bravery, of heroism, circulated through the ranks. The soldiers spoke of their leaders as if they were gods, beings meant for greatness. It was this exaltation that fueled their courage, igniting a fire in their hearts that no earthly fear could extinguish. Honor wasn't just a word. It was the very essence of their existence. On that fateful day at Zama, the battlefield transformed into a living testament of ambition and sacrifice. The air was thick with tension, and every soldier felt it. The weight of their ancestors' hopes rested upon them. As Hannibal's war elephants thundered forward, their massive bodies shaking the ground, Scipio's men stood their ground, a wall of resolve. The ground trembled beneath them, a prelude to the chaos that would soon erupt. It was here that history would bend to the will of its heroes. Then came the moment, an explosion of sound, a cacophony of war as swords clashed and men cried out. The very essence of humanity, raw and visceral, spilled onto the battlefield. Hannibal moved through the fray, a whirlwind of skill and fury, his presence electrifying. He was a natural leader, a man of conviction, and yet, deep within, he felt the weight of each life he commanded. Every fallen soldier was a piece of his soul lost to the void. Across the tumult, Scipio rallied his troops with unwavering charisma. His voice rose above the din, calling them to fight not just for Rome, but for their families, their future. His words wove through the chaos, binding his soldiers together in a single purpose. They surged forward, a tide of determination against the onslaught of elephants and the might of Carthage. Scipio could almost feel the pulse of history guiding his hand. He was no mere man, but a vessel of fate. As the battle raged, both Hannibal and Scipio faced their own inner demons. The specter of defeat loomed large, hanging over them like a storm cloud. Hannibal, with every swing of his sword, could almost hear the cries of his ancestors, those who had fought and fallen before him. He thought of his father, Hamilcar, who had taught him the virtues of honor and sacrifice. Would he, too, be remembered as a hero, or would he fade into disgrace? Scipio, on the other hand, felt the weight of Rome's expectations pressing against him like a vice. He could already envision the laurel wreath, the cheers of the citizens, the accolades that would follow a victory. But with each advance, he also felt the sting of responsibility. What if he failed? What if his name vanished into the shadows of time? No, that could not happen. Not today. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the battlefield, the tide of battle shifted unpredictably. The war elephants, once a symbol of strength, became a chaotic force, trampling friend and foe alike. Scipio seized the moment, urging his men to adapt, to become more than mere soldiers. They transformed into a living organism, moving as one under his command, a dance of death that would not be denied. And then, in the midst of the chaos, it happened. A moment so charged with emotion that it transcended the battlefield. Hannibal caught sight of Scipio across the fray, and for an instant, they were not enemies, but two warriors bound by a shared destiny. A silent acknowledgement passed between them, a respect born of a mutual understanding that they were both fighting for the legacy of their nations. It was a fleeting moment, yet it resonated through time, a testament to the honor that both men held dear. As the dust began to settle, and the echoes of battle faded into the distance, the fate of two mighty civilizations hung in the balance. The heroes of the Punic Wars were not merely defined by their victories or defeats. They were immortalized by their courage, their convictions, and the legacies they forged. The whispers of their stories would forever haunt the pages of history, inspiring future generations to dream of honor, valor, and the eternal pursuit of greatness. In the aftermath, as the sun set on that blood-soaked ground, the realization dawned that whether in victory or defeat, the essence of heroism lay not in the outcome but in the heart and soul poured into the struggle. The world would never forget Hannibal and Scipio. Their names would echo through the ages, deified by those who would come after, forever enshrined in the tapestry of human endeavor. The air crackled with the promise of what lay ahead, the next chapter of their saga just waiting to unfold, a relentless tide of history that could not be contained, beckoning onward into the depths of time. In a shadowy chamber filled with whispers of power, Livia Drusilla stood before a flickering oil lamp, her face illuminated in a warm glow, casting a tapestry of light and shadow across the stone walls. She was not merely the wife of Augustus. She was a force of nature, a woman who would shape the very fabric of Roman destiny. Outside, the winds of the empire howled, and within the confines of her stronghold, she plotted and crafted her legacy, a legacy intertwined with the notion of apotheosis, the elevation of mortals to divine status. As she watched the flames dance, Livia's mind swirled with the stories of goddesses and heroes, of men who had risen from the dust to the stars. In her world, women were often cast aside, their stories relegated to the shadows of men's triumphs. But Livia was determined to rewrite the narrative. The air crackled with tension, for she understood that power often lay in the shadows, and sometimes it was the women who wielded it most effectively, unseen yet omnipresent. In the tumultuous days of the early empire, Livia's influence knew no bounds. History tells of her role in the rise of her son, Tiberius, and how she maneuvered behind the scenes, her every smile and frown an intricate dance of power. But she was not alone. Other women, too, etched their names into the annals of history, often overlooked yet instrumental in the creation of myth. Take Julia Livilla, for instance, the sister of Caligula. Julia was a woman caught in the storm of her brother's tyrannical reign. Stripped of agency and power, she became a pawn in the political games of her time. Yet even as she faced exile, her spirit roared like a lioness. The whispers of her resistance, her attempts to reclaim her narrative, echoed through the marble halls of the empire. And then there was Agrippina the Younger, a woman fiercely determined to make her mark. Her ambition was palpable, a fire that consumed all in its path. She maneuvered through the treacherous waters of the imperial court, her charms and wit a lethal weapon. When she married the Emperor Claudius, it was not mere love that drove her. It was the relentless pursuit of power for herself and her son, Nero. Agrippina's ascent was marked by betrayal, her life a series of dramatic twists that captivated the public imagination. Each step she took resonated with the idea of apotheosis, as she sought to elevate her family to the divine. But what truly resonated was the quiet strength of these women. Livia, Julia, Agrippina. They were not just figures in a male-dominated world. They were embodiments of resilience. They transformed the narrative of what it meant to be a woman in a time when vulnerability was synonymous with weakness. They wielded their influence like swords, cutting through the pretense of the powerful, their ambitions as bold and unyielding as the marble statues that dotted the Roman landscape. The night air thickened. Livia's heart raced as she recalled the moment she arrived in Rome as a young bride, an outsider in a world ruled by men. Her marriage to Augustus was a calculated move, but it was her cunning and intellect that turned the tides in her favor. She became the architect of her own fate, crafting a legacy that would echo through the centuries long after her death. Every decision Livia made was a brushstroke on the canvas of history, and each blow she struck against the patriarchy was a thunderclap in the silence. She understood that true power was not always loud. Sometimes, it was the softest of whispers that sparked revolutions. The stories of the women who stood beside her, though dimly lit by the historical spotlight, shimmered with the brilliance of unsung heroism. In the grand tapestry of Rome, each thread woven by these women contributed to the rich, intricate design of power and mythology. They became the muses of their own stories, shaping the world around them with every act of defiance, every quiet rebellion. Livia's own apotheosis seemed to breathe life into the silence, her legacy entwined with the very essence of the empire. The night grew darker, and Livia's resolve deepened. She had seen the consequences of power and the price of ambition. Yet, she stood firm, a pillar of strength amidst chaos. The men around her may have spoken of valor and conquest, but she understood that true heroism also lay in the hearts of women like her. Women who fought not just for themselves but for the narratives they could create, the legacies they would leave behind. As dawn approached, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Livia's thoughts turned to the future. Her actions would ripple through time, but what of those who followed? Would they, too, seek to ascend into the realm of the gods, or would they remain anchored in the earth? The weight of history pressed upon her, a reminder that every choice, every whispered strategy, could shift the very foundations of the empire. A sharp knock on the door broke her reverie. It was a messenger, breathless with urgency. "Madam, there are whispers of rebellion," he said. Fear and excitement danced in her chest. She had fought so hard against the tides of fate, and now, it seemed, the very currents she had once navigated were shifting once again. Livia's eyes sparkled with determination. The stage was set for a new chapter, one where the role of women in the heroic narrative would only grow stronger. The shadows stirred with possibility, and she felt an electric thrill coursing through her veins. This was not merely about power. It was about legacy, about stories yet untold, about women who would rise long after she had vanished from history. As the sun broke across the horizon, casting light upon the imperial city, Livia stepped into the day, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The echoes of her predecessors lingered in her mind, urging her forward, as the world awaited the next act in a drama of ambition, resilience, and ultimate apotheosis. The line between myth and reality blurred, and in that moment, the true power of women in history loomed large, a force waiting to be unleashed. In a bustling marketplace under a sun that seemed to blaze with divine intensity, a young Roman soldier watched the world around him. The vibrant colors of silk and spices caught his eye, but it was the whispers from the east that truly ignited his spirit. Tales of gods and heroes filled the air, punctuated by the fervent chants of traders who spoke of far-off lands where the streets shimmered with myths and miracles. The soldier, with his heart pounding, felt an unshakable urge to understand these stories, their passion, their depth, and their ability to breathe life into the once-staid pantheon of Roman deities. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, the soldier found himself drawn to a small gathering. There, a priest adorned in flowing robes shared the captivating tale of Mithras, the Persian god born from a rock, whose very essence was intertwined with the cosmos. The audience hung on every word, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of oil lamps. This was more than mere storytelling. It was a baptism of fervor, a call to arms that stirred something primal within the soldier's chest. The ritualistic slaying of the bull, the sacred meal shared among followers, and the promise of immortality resonated deeply, echoing a yearning for something transcendent. The soldier could feel the pull of Mithraism wrapping around him like a warm embrace, a promise of brotherhood and shared purpose. Here was a hero who was not born of noble lineage but forged through trials that would resonate through time. The Romans had their own heroes, but there was a freshness in the Eastern narratives that ignited a fire in the hearts of the restless and the seeking. Stories of miraculous deeds and divine favor began to seep into the Roman psyche, blurring the lines between the divine and the mortal. In the shadows of the temples, where marble stood gleaming in the moonlight, echoes of these new beliefs began to resound. A Roman matron, cloaked in her finest, knelt before an altar not dedicated to Jupiter, but to Isis, the Egyptian goddess of magic and healing. She whispered prayers under her breath, asking for protection, for love, for rebirth, not just of her body, but of her very soul. The dichotomy was intoxicating. The familiar Roman practices were infused with Eastern philosophies that spoke of cycles, of life and death intertwined in an unbreakable dance. And so, The city of Rome, the very heart of the empire, became a crucible of divine aspirations. Heroes were no longer confined to the marble statues of the Forum. They sprang forth from the east, deities who championed the common folk, who promised salvation to the weary, who walked among them, alive and breathing. The Romans embraced these figures, integrating them into their own tradition, reshaping their understanding of heroism. As the soldier continued to wander the streets, he overheard stories of a man from Judea who preached love and forgiveness, who performed miracles that rendered the laws of nature itself obsolete. The whispers described how he turned water into wine, healed the sick, and even raised the dead. This Jesus, a mere mortal, had garnered a following that rivaled the mightiest of Roman generals. The soldier's heart raced as he recognized the power of such a narrative. A hero who wasn't just a warrior but a savior. In the dim light of the tavern, soldiers laughed and drank, but the spark of Eastern influence had also ignited fires of discontent. Conversations about love and redemption began to clash with the militaristic pride of Roman virtue. Some men bristled at the thought of bowing before a deity of peace while they were trained for war. They felt the stirrings of a revolution within their own hearts, a tension that echoed through the streets like the sound of clashing swords. Yet there was a growing allure to these Eastern ideas. In the quiet moments of reflection, the soldier wondered if there was more to life than glory on the battlefield. He began to see the possibility of a new kind of heroism, one that wasn't solely defined by conquest but by compassion and understanding. The teachings of the East, with their promise of eternal life and spiritual awakening, began to reshape the way he viewed his own life and his own legacy. One fateful night, as he ventured home, he stumbled upon an underground gathering where men and women whispered fervently about the teachings of the East. The air was thick with anticipation and emotion, as they discussed the virtues of humility, kindness, and ultimate sacrifice. The soldier felt a rush of adrenaline as he listened. Here were people who dared to challenge the very foundations of Roman authority, who found courage in vulnerability and strength in community. A woman stepped forward, her voice trembling yet powerful. She spoke of the resurrection, of a belief that death was not the end but merely a passage to something greater. Tears glistened in her eyes as she recounted her own journey of loss and rebirth. The soldier watched, transfixed, as she became a living testament to the changes sweeping through Rome. He felt an irresistible urge to join her, to pledge allegiance not to the sword, but to this new kind of heroism that transcended the battlefield. As the night wore on, the boundaries of faith and hope began to dissolve. The soldier, once a mere participant in the age-old traditions of Rome, felt his heart collide with new ideas, new possibilities. He understood that the heroes he once idolized were being rewritten by the Eastern influence that had seeped into every corner of the empire, reshaping worship and devotion. It wasn't just about the glory of the past. It was about the promise of a future where love could conquer all. And thus, as the candlelight flickered dimly, illuminating faces filled with hope and dreams, the soldier found himself standing at the precipice of change. The Eastern gods, with their vibrant tales of heroism, had cast a spell upon Rome, and he, like so many others, was caught in its enchanting web. The stories, the rituals, the transformations, all hung in the air like a fragrant incense, urging him to step further into a world alive with emotion and possibility. The soldier's heart raced with the thrill of what was to come. The lines between hero and deity blurred, threatening to erupt into a wave of transformation that could shake the very foundations of Roman society. As he took a step closer toward the circle of believers, he felt the raw energy of hope vibrate through him, a powerful reminder that the essence of heroism was shifting, evolving, alive with the promise of the East. In the flickering light of countless oil lamps, the streets of ancient Rome pulsed with a strange energy, the air thick with the scent of incense and the hushed whispers of devotion. Here, among the grand columns and sprawling temples, the line between the mortal and the divine blurred. Citizens draped in flowing togas gathered, their eyes alight with fervor, as they prepared to honor a power they believed walked among them, the emperor. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the forum, the people turned their gaze to the podium. On it stood a figure of towering presence, adorned in a laurel crown that glimmered with the last rays of daylight. This was no mere man. He was a vessel of the gods, a chosen one who had risen from the dust of the earth to seize the heavens. The cheers erupted like thunderclaps, echoing off the stones, each voice a thread in the intricate tapestry of loyalty and reverence woven around the emperor. Gone were the days when heroes hailed from the fields of battle or the depths of noble sacrifice. The shift had come quietly but resolutely, a transformation rooted in the hearts of the common folk. They yearned for a hero who could offer them more than tales of valor. They craved a protector, a champion who could shield them from the tumultuous tides of fate. In their eyes, the emperor had become this figure, a living embodiment of the divine, a guardian whose very breath could shape the world. The ancient temples that dotted the city skyline stood as monuments to this new faith. Each marble column stretched toward the heavens as if reaching for the emperor himself, inviting citizens to partake in the worship of something greater than themselves. Statues of past rulers gazed down, their stone faces etched with solemnity, their features echoing the power that had once filled their veins. Yet now, in this age of the emperors, the whispers of the gods transformed into the chants of men. Among the masses, a woman named Livia clutched her son tightly, her heart pounding with an echo of hope and fear. She had witnessed the rise of the emperor, from a simple military leader to the divine figure he had become. To Livia, he was more than a ruler, he was her salvation. The promises he made resonated with her deepest desires: stability for her family, prosperity for her children. And as the crowd surged, she felt an electric thrill coursing through her veins. It was as if the very spirit of Rome had infused her being, connecting her to every soul around her. Yet, in the shadows of the grand celebrations lay whispers of dissent. A group of philosophers, once revered for their wisdom, began to question this fervor. They argued that the cult of the emperor eclipsed the values of true heroism, courage, sacrifice, and the quest for justice. Instead of celebrating the greatness of the human spirit, they worried that the people were surrendering their agency to a figure who claimed divinity. But their voices were drowned out, lost amidst the shouts of devotion. As Livia's son clutched a small statue of the emperor, she felt a chill run through her. Was this blind faith truly the path to salvation? The warmth of the crowd enveloped her, yet a small voice within whispered doubts. She looked at the faces around her. Some were filled with genuine belief, while others wore masks of fervor, perhaps hiding their true feelings. It was a complex tapestry, one woven with threads of hope and threads of fear. In the grand temples, priests began to spring forth, draped in their ceremonial robes, chanting praises that echoed like an ancient hymn. They spoke of divine favor, declaring that those who worshipped the emperor would find favor in both life and death. The promise rippled through the streets like a wild flame, igniting an insatiable thirst for belonging, for acceptance. Each sacrifice offered at the altar, a grain of wheat, a handful of coins, was not just a token of loyalty, but a desperate plea for protection against the chaos of the world outside. And yet, as the sun dipped low, casting an orange glow over the horizon, Livia caught a glimpse of the emperor's face as he raised his arms to the crowd. For a fleeting moment, she thought she saw something else behind his confident gaze. An uncertainty, a flicker of doubt that belied his godlike image. Could it be that he, too, was just a man, grappling with the weight of expectations placed upon him? The thought sent a shiver down her spine. In secret gatherings, the philosophers gathered like moths drawn to a flame, their voices hushed but fervent. They spoke of the past, of heroes who had sacrificed everything for their people, who had stood against tyranny and injustice. They mourned the loss of a more noble heroism, one not rooted in blind worship, but in the courage to face overwhelming odds. Is it wrong to challenge the idol before us? One asked, his eyes shining with passion. Should we worship a man before we have seen the measure of his heart? But their words fell like stones into a vast sea of faith, creating ripples that soon vanished. The cult of the emperor had taken hold, and it was a force that could not easily be swayed. As night cloaked the city, the festivities reached a fevered pitch. Firelight danced upon the faces of the crowd, illuminating the fervor in their eyes. They sang praises, their voices rising like the wings of birds, soaring toward the heavens. Livia felt her spirit lift with them, yet a dark cloud of doubt lingered, casting its shadow upon her heart. Was this truly the heroism she wished to embrace? The night grew thick with tension, the air electric with anticipation. The emperor would soon step down from the podium, and his presence would blanket the city like a warm embrace. Each cheer felt like a heartbeat, echoing through the very soul of Rome. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was a feeling that this devotion was a double-edged sword, binding the people in chains of expectation, a devotion that might blind them to the truth, to the essence of what it meant to be human. As the final echo of applause rang out, Livia looked deep into the fervent crowd. She saw not just a sea of worshippers but a collective of souls, each with their own hopes, fears, and dreams. In this moment, the great shift in heroism was not just about the emperor but about the people themselves. The line between divine and human had blurred, and as the night embraced them, the clamor of faith mingled with the whispers of dissent. It was a storm brewing, a clash of ideals that would soon ripple through the annals of history, forever altering the narrative of heroism itself. A colossal statue looms over the crowd in the bustling city of Rome, its marble muscles glistening in the afternoon sun. Hercules, the demigod of strength, stands tall, a living embodiment of valor and tragedy. As citizens pass by, their eyes are drawn to the intricate details of his figure, each line and curve whispering the stories of old, tales of strength that echo through the ages. But beneath the surface of these iconic depictions lies a world of emotion, struggle, and myth that has captivated hearts for centuries. In every chiseled muscle and fierce expression, Hercules represents not just physical might but also the burdens he bore. From his earliest myths, he was a hero tasked with impossible labors, 12 trials that pushed him to the brink of despair. The Nemean lion, the Lernaean hydra, the golden apples of the Hesperides, each challenge was a testament to his strength, but also a reminder of his humanity. The Romans, who inherited these tales, took the myth and made it their own, crafting a visual language that spoke to their values. They depicted Hercules not just as a warrior but as a symbol of resilience, a guardian of the very ideals they cherished in their society. Glimpsing a fresco in a long-forgotten villa, one can see Hercules slaying the Nemean lion, his face a grimace of determination, teeth gritted as he wrests the beast into submission. The artist, with tender strokes, captures the raw intensity of the moment. You can almost feel the tension crackling in the air, the desperation of the creature fighting for its life, and the sorrow of the hero who knows this victory comes at a cost. This is not merely a battle. It is a visceral conflict between duty and despair, an eternal struggle that mirrors the human experience. Each piece of Roman iconography plays a role in weaving this complex narrative. Statues and coins depict Hercules adorned with the lion's skin, a crown of wildflowers resting on his brow, a nod to his duality, the unyielding warrior and the gentle protector. In the eyes of the Romans, he became a figure of hope, his struggles reflecting their own. They saw themselves in his journeys, the trials he faced resonating with their own aspirations and fears. Relief sculptures around the Forum illustrate his interactions with gods and mortals alike, the subtle play of emotions etched into stone. When he receives the poisoned shirt from Diana, the anguish on his face is palpable, a reminder of how love can twist into betrayal. This moment captures the essence of his myth. Even the strongest can be brought low by the very things they hold dear. The Romans understood this. They saw Hercules not just as a hero but as a tragic figure, a being torn between glory and sorrow, a reflection of their own lives filled with victories shadowed by defeats. In the amphitheaters, tales of Hercules were brought to life through dramatic performances. The actors donned masks that exaggerated their features, embodying the essence of the hero. Their voices rose and fell like the tides, capturing the raw emotion of his trials. With every roar of the crowd, there was a collective heartbeat, a shared understanding of struggle that transcended time. The laughter and tears that erupted from the audience signified an unbreakable bond, a connection formed through the powerful storytelling of a hero whose legacy was woven into the very fabric of Roman identity. But as much as Hercules stood for strength, he also became a cautionary tale. In his moments of rage, be it the slaughter of his family under Hera's dark influence or the destruction he wrought in revenge, one could see the thin line between heroism and hubris. The Romans, who valued discipline and virtue, used these stories to teach lessons about humility and the consequences of unchecked power. The very statues that celebrated his victories also served as reminders of his failures, a juxtaposition that stirred the soul. Occasionally, in the shadowed corners of grand temples, small altars dedicated to Hercules could be found, offering tributes of flowers and votive offerings. The faithful would whisper prayers, seeking his mighty protection, hoping to channel his strength in their own lives. It was not just the gods above who were engaged in this dance of devotion. It was the very essence of humanity reaching out for guidance from a figure who had faced darkness and emerged, albeit battered, into the light. As the sun set over the Roman skyline, casting long shadows over the statues and facades, the myth of Hercules persisted. In whispers carried by the night wind, stories of his heroics and heartaches fluttered like delicate leaves, reminding those who listened of the power of perseverance. The Roman iconography, with its vivid depictions, breathed life into the legend, making it an inseparable part of their culture. With each retelling, Hercules transformed, ever the hero, yet always complex, his narrative a rich tapestry of triumph and tragedy. Where once he stood alone, now he was surrounded by a pantheon of characters, gods, mortals, and mythical beasts, each adding depth to his saga. This interconnected web of stories ensured that Hercules would never fade into obscurity. Instead, he would remain a vibrant part of the human experience, a figure through whom generations could confront their own struggles. As the moon rose high, illuminating the ancient ruins, the echoes of Hercules' legend continued to reverberate through the streets of Rome. To those who dared to look beyond the stone and marble, the myth was alive, pulsing with emotion, inviting all to engage in the timeless quest for strength, redemption, and understanding. Indeed, the myth of Hercules was not just carved in stone but engraved into the very hearts of the people, a bond that would transcend time itself, linking past to present, dreams to reality, in an endless loop of fascination and inspiration. In the flickering shadows of ancient civilizations, a figure strode boldly into the annals of history. Clad in armor that gleamed under the sun, he bore the weight of his people's hopes upon his shoulders. This was the heroic age, a time when men and women were celebrated for their courage and strength. They were not merely warriors. They were the embodiment of humanity's highest ideals: bravery, honor, and sacrifice. Yet, as the drums of war echoed across valleys and mountains, a quiet transformation began to whisper through the air, carrying with it a tide of change that would sweep away the very foundations of heroism. In the mighty halls of Greece, legends like Achilles and Hercules were not just men. They were larger than life, basking in the glow of stories that would be recounted for generations. Achilles, standing at the gates of Troy, was the epitome of valor, his wrath immortalized in the lines of Homer. Yet even he could not escape the subtle shift that began to transform him from hero to something else, something divine. The gods watched from above, their jealousy igniting rivalries and bloodshed. As mortals competed for glory, they unwittingly invited divine intervention, turning victories into tragedies. In the heart of Rome, the whispers grew louder. Great leaders like Julius Caesar, once celebrated for their martial prowess, began to claim not just earthly power but divine favor. When Caesar returned from Gaul, adorned with laurel crowns and triumphal parades, he wasn't just a general. He was a living god. The Senate, once a bastion of republican ideals, found itself echoing the sentiments of the masses, those who craved not just a leader, but a savior. As the line between man and God blurred, the people turned their gaze skyward, seeking guidance from those who once roamed among them. In the bustling streets of Alexandria, the air grew thick with expectation. What was once the realm of heroes now trembled in the presence of the divine. Philosophers debated the essence of existence, arguing whether the gods were merely reflections of human aspirations or true beings capable of shaping the world. The great mystery of the divine began to seep into the cracks of society, intertwining with the fabric of daily life. Temples rose, not just as places of worship, but as bastions of hope, promising solace in an increasingly uncertain world. And then there was the moment that would etch itself into the collective memory of mankind. The birth of Christ in a humble stable transformed the narrative of heroism. Here was a figure who preached love and humility, yet embodied the ultimate sacrifice. His followers, initially a band of fishermen and outcasts, began to see in him the divine spark. As his story spread, the very essence of heroism underwent a monumental shift. No longer was it about the strength of arms, but the power of love and compassion. The world held its breath, caught between the fading glory of honored warriors and the rising tide of spiritual awakening. The transition was not without its turbulence. As the old ways clashed with the new, societies erupted in turmoil. The heroic ideals that had once united people began to fracture under the weight of divine expectations. In the arena, gladiators fought not just for survival, but for a fleeting glimpse of immortality, for a name that would be spoken long after their blood had stained the sands. Yet, as cheers erupted from the crowd, those in the stands sought a different kind of heroism, one that transcended the physical, reaching into the depths of the soul. They longed for something greater, something ineffable that could not be contained by mere flesh and bone. The echoes of past glories haunted the new age, a haunting reminder of what had come before. As the legacies of heroes faded, the stories of martyrs began to rise. Stephen, the first Christian martyr, stood resolute as stones rained down upon him, proclaiming his faith in the face of death. His story ignited a fire that spread like wildfire through the hearts of the oppressed. Ordinary men and women, once content to follow the footsteps of heroes, found strength in their own vulnerability, discovering that true divinity lay not in the might of a sword, but in the depth of compassion. Every corner of the world felt the tremor of this profound transition. In the East, Buddhism began to gain traction, teaching the importance of inner peace and enlightenment. Siddhartha Gautama, known as the Buddha, embodied a path that shifted focus from external heroics to internal awakening. In his messages, people found solace, a quiet rebellion against the chaos of their lives. The divine was no longer an external force to be appeased, but a presence that resided within every individual. As the sun set on the ancient world, the transition from heroic to divine became a powerful tapestry. No longer were the stories of valor and conquest merely legends. They became the foundation for something greater than themselves. The line separating mortal and divine began to dissolve, inviting all of humanity to partake in a sacred dance of existence. The hearts of the people beat in unison with the rhythms of the divine, merging the valor of heroes with the grace of the gods. And just as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, a new question flickered in the minds of the people. What does it mean to be divine? Is it in the strength of the body or the fortitude of the spirit? The answer hung in the air, tantalizingly close yet forever out of reach. In that moment, the transformation was not complete. It was an unfolding story, a living, breathing saga that would echo through the ages. The tension thickened, and the journey continued, as humanity grappled with its identity, caught between the shadows of its heroes and the light of its newfound divinity. Under a sky bruised with the colors of twilight, the air crackled with anticipation. The villagers gathered, their faces lit by the flickering glow of torches, casting elongated shadows against ancient stones. They whispered among themselves, eyes wide with awe, as the appointed hour approached. Tonight was unlike any other. Tonight was the apotheosis ritual. For generations, it had been steeped in mystery, a ceremony that promised transcendence, where the mundane collided with the divine. The flicker of firelight danced upon the ceremonial altar, adorned with symbols of the cosmos, sacred relics, and offerings of the harvest. It had been meticulously prepared by the elders, whose wrinkled hands still held the strength of their ancestors. They bore the weight of history in every whispered incantation, every careful placement of a token that spoke to the spirits, ensuring that they would look favorably upon the proceedings. The air was thick with the scent of burning sage, a fragrant veil meant to purify the space and the souls gathered within it. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the sound of a distant drumbeat echoed through the clearing, resonating with an ancient rhythm that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the earth. It called forth the participants, adorned in flowing white garments that billowed like clouds against the backdrop of the darkening sky. Each person, whether young or old, embodied the hopes and dreams of their forebears, ready to witness something that went beyond the earthly realm. With each beat, tension built, rising like the heat from the flames. The high priestess emerged, enveloped in a robe that shimmered with the light of 1,000 stars, her presence commanding yet serene. Her voice, soft yet powerful, wove through the crowd, inviting them to remember their connection to the divine, to the ancestors who walked before them. Her words were laced with a promise. Tonight, they would honor heroes long gone, and in that honor, they would invoke their spirit. As she began to chant, the words rolled like waves, crashing into the hearts of those gathered. Stories of brave warriors, wise leaders, and gentle healers echoed in the chants, each name a thread weaving the tapestry of their lineage. The villagers felt a surge of pride and sorrow, for they knew that to honor the past meant to confront the weight of loss. Tears glistened in the eyes of some, while others stood stoically, braced against the tidal wave of emotion. Candles were lit, one by one, representing unity in purpose. The flickering flames mirrored the souls of the ancestors, illuminating the darkness that lay ahead. The air filled with a symphony of voices as families joined together in song, harmonizing their hopes for the future while honoring the sacrifices made by those before them. Each note rose into the night, a prayer that echoed back through time, reaching the ears of the spirits who lingered just beyond the veil. Suddenly, a hush fell upon the crowd, a collective inhalation of breath as the moment of transformation approached. The high priestess approached the altar, holding a vessel filled with sacred oil. Its surface shimmered like liquid gold, capturing the light of the flames. The villagers watched, hearts pounding, as she lifted it high, offering it to the heavens. It was a symbol of their devotion, a bridge between the earthly realm and the divine. In that tense silence, the wind shifted, whispering secrets that only the ancients could hear. The temperature dropped, and goosebumps prickled on skin as an unseen energy enveloped the gathering. The high priestess began to anoint the foreheads of the participants, one by one, with the golden oil, each touch a blessing, a promise of elevation from the ordinary to the extraordinary. As she moved amongst them, their eyes closed, breaths held. They felt an overwhelming wave of emotion wash over them. A sense of belonging, of empowerment filled the air, an unbreakable bond forged in the fires of history. The ritual was not merely a remembrance. It was an awakening. Then it happened. A sudden rush of wind whipped through the clearing, extinguishing a few candles, plunging the assembly momentarily into darkness. Gasps echoed like a ripple, fear mingling with awe. The villagers turned toward the altar, where the high priestess stood resolute, her eyes ablaze with an otherworldly light. The connection was palpable. The boundary between the living and the spirits began to blur. With a voice that resonated like thunder, she called upon the ancestors, invoking them with an urgency that made the ground tremble. The air shimmered, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as though the very fabric of reality twisted, allowing glimpses of ethereal figures dancing just beyond reach. The energy surged, igniting the hearts of the villagers, igniting a fire of hope and fear, elation and reverence. The participants, now glowing with a newfound light, began to sway, caught in a trance-like rhythm. They were no longer just villagers. They were vessels of history, conduits for the hopes of their ancestors. They heard whispered words, advice, encouragement, and love, flowing through them, urging them to remember their strength. As the winds howled and the drumming intensified, the high priestess raised her arms, and the crowd followed suit, channeling the energy that bound them to the ethereal realm. The apotheosis ritual was reaching its climax, where the barriers fell away, and the souls of the ancestors rose in a majestic display of light. Each villager felt the power surge within them, the echoes of the past mingling with their own dreams, forging an unbreakable chain through time. As the ritual drew deeper into its apex, the energy shifted once more, morphing into something tangible, something that could be felt in the very depths of their being. The essence of the ancestors spiraled around them, igniting a passion for life, for change, for courage. The villagers swayed, hands clasped together, voices united in a chorus of hope that seemed to ascend, reaching for the stars themselves. In that moment, as the night reached its zenith, they were not just participants. They were creators of their destiny, standing at the crossroads of past, present, and future. And as the first light of dawn began to break, painting the world anew, the apotheosis ritual continued, for there was no true ending here, only an invitation to the next chapter of their existence. In a dimly lit library, the scent of old parchment mingles with the musty air, wrapping around the shelves like an embrace from the past. The flickering candlelight dances on the spines of countless volumes, each one a vessel of whispered legends and forgotten tales. It is here, beneath the weight of history, that the stories of heroic deeds live and breathe, their essence intertwining with the very fabric of human culture. With every turn of a page, the heroes of old rise from their slumber, transformed by the ink that flows like blood through their narrative veins. As the clock ticks, the silence is shattered by a sudden rustle, the sound of a page turning, as if an unseen hand eagerly reaches for the words that have shaped empires and inspired generations. In ancient Greece, poets like Homer crafted epics that elevated mere mortals to the status of gods. Achilles, with his wrath and glory, and Odysseus, renowned for his cunning, were not just characters. They were symbols. Their lives, painted on the canvas of poetry, became blueprints for honor and valor, echoing through the annals of time. But what happens when a story takes on a life of its own? When the words etched in ink become the very breath of the people? Ancient Roman writers, such as Virgil, were acutely aware of this power. They spun tales that enshrined leaders like Aeneas, infusing their narratives with divine favor. Aeneas was not merely a hero. He was destined by the gods, his struggles and triumphs resonating with the Roman identity. Every epic recited in the Forum stirred the hearts of citizens, weaving a bond between the mythic past and the present, solidifying the idea that greatness was not just achievable, it was written in the stars. As history unfolded, so did the narratives. The Middle Ages brought forth the legends of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. In the shadows of castles, women and men alike gathered around crackling fires to hear the tales of bravery and chivalry. The sword Excalibur gleamed not merely as a weapon but as a symbol of rightful sovereignty, a promise that courage would be rewarded. The very act of storytelling became a sacred ritual, a way to elevate the human spirit and transform the mundane into the extraordinary. But the magic of literature did not merely uplift characters. It shaped entire cultures. The Renaissance unfurled like a vibrant tapestry, with writers like Dante and Shakespeare constructing worlds where heroes struggled against their flaws. In Dante's Divine Comedy, the journey of the soul was laid bare, as Beatrice guided the poet through the heavens. Each word was a step toward redemption, elevating the human experience to celestial heights. Shakespeare's tragic heroes, such as Macbeth and Hamlet, grappled with their own deification, as ambition and despair intertwined. Their stories became mirrors reflecting the complexities of the human condition, urging audiences to grapple with their own aspirations and fears. With every era, literature evolved, but the pulsating heart of heroism remained. The Age of Enlightenment birthed a new kind of hero, one shaped by reason and intellect. Writers like Voltaire and Rousseau ignited the flames of revolution, casting intellectual giants as the champions of change. Their words inspired the masses to rise against tyranny, sparking fires of freedom that echoed in the streets of Paris and beyond. It was literature that transformed mere mortals into icons of justice, their thoughts crystallizing into movements that would alter the course of history. Yet, the 19th century ushered in a wave of realism, grounding the heroic ideals in the gritty struggles of everyday life. Charles Dickens painted portraits of resilience through characters like Oliver Twist, whose innocence challenged the harshness of society. The pages of novels pulsed with the struggles of the common man, reminding readers that heroism is not confined to the battlefield or the throne. It lies within the quiet acts of kindness and courage that often go unnoticed. Literature became a platform for voices that had long been silenced, allowing the marginalized to rise, their stories demanding to be heard. And then came the modern age, where the lines between hero and antihero blurred. The world of literature transformed once more, echoing the chaos of the times. Writers such as F. Scott Fitzgerald captured the disillusionment of the American dream, presenting protagonists who grappled with their own flaws and failures. The heroes of the 20th century wore their imperfections like badges of honor, forcing readers to confront the darker aspects of human nature. Literature became a battleground, where the ideals of heroism were questioned, reshaped, and redefined, echoing the complexities of a world that was anything but simple. As the new millennium approached, a revolution in storytelling emerged. The rise of digital platforms and social media brought forth a new generation of heroes. Ordinary individuals became extraordinary through viral stories of resilience and bravery. The word spread like wildfire, reaching corners of the world that traditional literature could not. Activists, inspired by the power of their own narratives, harnessed the influence of literature to challenge injustices and elevate the marginalized. With each tweet, each blog post, they transformed their lived experiences into the modern epics of today, an evolution of heroism that was more accessible, more immediate, and more profoundly impactful than ever before. In this swirling tide of words and emotions, the deification of heroes continued to captivate the human spirit. As literature thrived, so did the desire for connection and understanding. The ancient tales of gods and mortals echoed in the hearts of those who sought to find meaning in their struggles. Literature became a thread weaving through the tapestry of humanity, stitching together the disparate pieces of our existence into a cohesive narrative that yearned for resolution. In this world of stories, the impact of literature on heroic deification is undeniable. It calls to the deepest parts of our souls, the part that longs for hope, for inspiration, for the chance to believe that greatness lies just beyond the horizon. The journey of words continues, each chapter a testament to the eternal dance between the written word and the human experience, a cycle that spins ever onward, as heroes old and new wait in the wings, eager to leap forth into the light, their tales still yearning to be told. The roar of the crowd echoed through the streets of ancient Rome, a symphony of fervor and loyalty. Gladiators, adorned in sweat and blood, stood tall, their hearts pounding with anticipation. They were heroes in the eyes of the citizens, transformed into legends by the very empire that demanded their prowess and sacrifice. Each swing of the sword, each cry of defiance resonated with an energy that transcended mere physical combat. It was a dance of imperial power, a dangerous waltz between glory and subjugation. In this swirling tempest of excitement and dread, men became more than fighters. They became symbols. The emperor gazed down from his gilded throne, cloaked in the weight of his authority, and saw not just combatants but emissaries of his strength. The arena was a stage where heroism was birthed, nurtured, and ultimately consumed by the insatiable appetite of an empire. Here, the lines blurred between valor and control, as heroes were born not solely from their deeds, but from the desires of the power that crafted their narratives. Consider the tale of Spiculus, a gladiator whose name would echo through the annals of history. With each victory, he carved a path to immortality, his fame rising like the sun over the Colosseum. But beneath the glimmering surface of his triumphs lay the harsh truth of imperial manipulation. The emperor, enamored with Spiculus' feats, wove a legend that served not just the man but the empire's image. The adoration of the masses was a tool, a means to solidify control, making the spectators not just fans but unwitting pawns in a game of power that stretched far beyond the arena. Across the sea, the winds of change rustled through the empire of Persia. The mighty Darius, a king whose very name inspired awe, understood the intricate dance between heroism and authority. He called upon his warriors to defend the borders of his realm, to become not just soldiers but heroes in the eyes of their people. His campaigns were laden with promises of glory, yet each victory was a double-edged sword that bound his subjects closer to the imperial yoke. The valor of the Persian warriors, celebrated in epic tales, served to elevate the king's prestige while reinforcing his grip on the throne. The heroism of the individual was forever intertwined with the ambitions of the empire. And what of the north, where the fierce tribes of the Celts roamed? They too crafted their legends, where warriors like Vercingetorix stood against the tide of Roman expansion. His defiance ignited the hearts of his people, transforming resistance into a heroic narrative. Yet, as they rallied behind him, the imperious might of Rome loomed ever closer. The complexities of heroism in this context were stark. The very bravery that inspired a nation would lead to its ultimate subjugation. The tension was palpable, the sacrifices profound, yet the story of resistance was spun into a tapestry that the empire would exploit, twisting heroism into a tool of imperial strength. In the shadows of these grand narratives, the cries of the fallen echoed. The nameless soldiers, those who fought not for glory but survival, were often left to fade into obscurity, their stories untold. They fought for their families, their lands, yet their bravery was overshadowed by the towering figures of leaders, their heroism buried beneath the weight of imperial ambitions. The empire thrived on the broad strokes of victory, while the personal sacrifices remained hidden, an uncomfortable truth that lingered like a ghost in the grand halls of power. Across the tumultuous seas, the sun rose over the Mongol Empire. Genghis Khan, a name that sent tremors through the hearts of many, redefined heroism in a way that was distinctly tied to imperial conquest. With a fierce charisma, he united fractured tribes under a banner of strength, transforming warriors into mythic figures in the eyes of his people. Each campaign was painted as a heroic endeavor, yet beneath the surface lay a ruthless ambition to expand his dominion. The beauty of heroism was entwined with violence, and the tales of valiant warriors often masked the brutality of conquest. The very narratives crafted to exalt individual bravery were, in reality, the threads that bound his empire's fate together, creating a legacy steeped in blood and valor. In the grand tapestry of history, the relationship between heroism and imperial power reveals itself in stark contrast. While empires rose and fell, the stories of individual heroes persisted, their legacies woven into the fabric of nations. Yet, it was the empires themselves that often dictated who was deemed heroic, framing narratives that served their ambitions. From the streets of Rome to the steppes of Mongolia, the cycle continued. Each act of courage served not only to inspire but to reinforce the power structures that required such bravery to maintain control. In the shadows of this intricate dance, whispers of dissent began to emerge. Would the heroes still rise if their stories were not manipulated for imperial gain? Would the warriors still take up arms if they understood the true cost of their valor? These questions hung in the air, thick with tension. The cries of the oppressed began to join the battle cries of the heroes, a subtle reminder that while empires sought to control the narrative, the heart of heroism often beat in the quiet moments of rebellion, a flicker of hope against the overwhelming tide of imperial power. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting flickering shadows upon the ancient stones, the story remained unfinished, a delicate balance hanging in the air. The tension between heroism and imperial power had just begun to unravel, leaving the audience breathless, each heartbeat a reminder that the next chapter awaited, filled with both glory and sorrow, where the true cost of heroism would soon be revealed. Beneath a canopy of stars, the temple of divine heroes stood proud, its ancient stones whispering tales of devotion and sacrifice. Each block, meticulously placed, bore the weight of stories from countless souls who had knelt in reverence before the towering structure. The air was thick with history, crackling with the energy of prayers long past, echoing in the silent shadows that danced across the temple's grand facade. This was no ordinary place of worship. It was a sanctuary where the earthly met the divine, a bridge connecting the struggling hearts of mortals to the exalted spirits of heroes revered for their valor and virtue. The temple's architecture was a symphony of design. Vast columns rose like the limbs of ancient giants, their surfaces adorned with intricate carvings that told the tales of legendary figures. Each hero's story was a brushstroke in a grand mural of humanity, both flawed and magnificent. As pilgrims approached, the massive doors swung open with a creak that resonated through the stillness, inviting them into a world of light and shadow. The interior was a spectacle, bathed in a warm, golden glow from oil lamps hanging from the high ceiling. The flickering flames danced on the polished stone, casting playful patterns that seemed to animate the very walls. Visitors couldn't help but feel a profound sense of humility wash over them as they stepped onto the smooth marble floor, worn by generations of worshippers who had walked this sacred ground. In the center of the temple lay an altar, its surface polished to a mirror-like sheen, reflecting the faces of those who stood before it in awe. This was where the most fervent rituals took place, where chants of devotion filled the space, wrapping around each worshipper like a comforting embrace. The air vibrated with the resonance of voices lifted in harmony, a chorus echoing the longing for connection with the divine. Each note was a testament to hope, a plea for guidance in times of darkness. Adorned with offerings, the altar overflowed with gifts, a bounty of fruits, fragrant herbs, and delicate flowers, each carefully placed as a symbol of gratitude and respect. The scent of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of the gifts, creating a sensory tapestry that enveloped the worshippers. Eyes closed and hands raised, they surrendered their worries to the deities, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the age-old prayers that filled the temple's hallowed halls. But even in this sanctuary, tension lingered. The temple's history was not without strife. It had witnessed the clash of beliefs and the upheaval of power. Factions of worshippers, united by their devotion yet divided by their interpretations, had at times turned against one another, each believing their connection to the divine was the truest. The echoes of their disputes reverberated through the stone walls, a haunting reminder that even among the sacred, humanity's frailty could surface. In one corner of the temple, a statue of a divine hero loomed, crafted with such precision that it seemed to breathe. The figure stood tall, gazing down with a fierce tenderness that commanded reverence. The sculptor had poured his soul into the creation, each chisel stroke imbued with love and sincerity. Worshippers would often touch the cool stone, tracing the lines of the hero's face, seeking inspiration from the very embodiment of courage and righteousness. The temple also served as a refuge for those in need. The sound of soft weeping could often be heard, as individuals came seeking solace. The priests, guardians of the temple, would listen with compassion, offering guidance and hope. They understood that the temple was not just a place of grandeur, but a sanctuary for wounded hearts. The flickering candlelight illuminated tears of sorrow and joy alike, a testament to the shared human experience. As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow through the open doors, the temple transformed. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation as the night rituals began. Costumed figures emerged, embodying the heroes of old, their voices rising in a powerful chant that echoed off the walls like a tempest. The air crackled with excitement, and the worshippers' hearts raced as they watched the reenactments of legendary battles, the clash of swords resonating with the fervor of their ancestors. Each performance was a vivid tapestry of triumphs and tragedies, reminding the audience of the fragile line between glory and despair. The heroes, both mythical and historical, came alive before their eyes, igniting a fire in the souls of the onlookers. As they witnessed the struggle for honor and righteousness, they felt a stirring within, a call to their own courage and resilience. As the night deepened, the temple resonated with the heartbeat of those who had come seeking connection. They stood shoulder to shoulder, united in their longing for meaning. The air shimmered with an electric energy, as if the very heroes themselves were present among them, urging them to remember their own capacity for greatness. The temple, with all its grandeur and history, became a living testament to the power of faith, even faith in one another. Yet, beneath the surface of this awe-inspiring space lay the whispers of the past. Stories of betrayal, redemption, and sacrifice lingered like specters, reminding each worshipper that their path to the divine was fraught with struggle. The temple bore witness to these stories, holding them close within its stone embrace. As the night wore on, the flickering light of the oil lamps began to wane, casting longer shadows that danced with the dreams and fears of those present. In this sacred space, the interplay of light and darkness was a powerful metaphor for the human experience. Each moment of clarity contrasted with periods of doubt, each prayer met with silence, each offering of faith challenged by despair. But amidst this turmoil, the temple remained steadfast, a beacon of hope. Pilgrims departed with their hearts full, their spirits renewed, as they carried the essence of the divine heroes within them, ready to face the world anew. And so, the stories and rituals continued, an unbroken cycle of faith and yearning, echoing through the ages. The Temple of Divine Heroes stood as a monument not just of stone and artistry, but of the collective human spirit, a place where emotions ran deep, where history felt alive, and where the sacred art of worship breathed with every heartbeat. In a dimly lit library, dust motes danced in the shafts of light that streamed through the tall windows. The scent of old parchment hung heavily in the air, a portal to a time long past. Here, the weight of history lay thick, draped over shelves lined with books that held the untold stories of heroes who had once walked the earth. It was within these pages that the role of historians came alive, crafting narratives that would echo through generations. Historians, armed with their pens like swords, wielded the power to shape how the world viewed its champions and legends. They were the silent guardians of memory, taking fragments of truth and weaving them into tales that could inspire nations. Each account they penned was not merely a recounting of events. It was an artistic reconstruction designed to ignite the flames of passion and pride in the hearts of those who read them. Consider the revolutions that swept through empires, each driven by individuals who risked everything for their beliefs. The American Revolution, for instance, was not just a series of battles. It was a saga narrated by those who lived it. Historians like Gordon S. Wood brought Thomas Jefferson and George Washington into vivid focus, transforming them into titans of liberty. As the ink dried on the pages, the revolutionary spirit surged, fueled by the retelling of these men's struggles and triumphs. Every clash with British forces became a symbol, a rallying cry that resonated deeply with the yearning for independence. Such narratives did not simply inform. They stirred the souls of many, urging them to take up the cause of freedom. Across the Atlantic, another story begged to be told. The French Revolution thundered through the streets of Paris, and historians like Eric Hobsbawm painted the chaos and fervor with brushstrokes of passion. Robespierre, with his fiery speeches, became the martyr for the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. The guillotine, once a tool of dread, transformed into a symbol of revolutionary justice through the lenses of those who chronicled the events. The way these tales unfolded on the pages filled the air with tension, drawing readers into the visceral rush of history being made. They didn't just record facts. They breathed life into the echoes of the past, allowing every reader to feel the heartbeat of a moment that changed the world. Yet, the role of historians was not without its shadows. Some narratives were crafted to serve the interests of power, twisting truths into shapes that conformed to the desires of those in authority. The story of Christopher Columbus, once celebrated as a heroic explorer, became mired in controversy as historians began to unearth the darker aspects of his voyages. The tales of discovery transformed under scrutiny, revealing the impacts on indigenous populations that had long been overlooked. Historians, through meticulous research and relentless questioning, reshaped Columbus from a celebrated hero into a figure burdened with a complex legacy. This shift was not merely academic. It was a call to confront uncomfortable truths, a reminder that heroes often come with a cost. As the past unfurled through the pages of history books, the emotional weight of each story pressed heavily upon the contemporary world. The civil rights movement in America illustrated the power of storytelling in uniting people. Historians brought to life the struggles of figures like Martin Luther King Jr. and Rosa Parks, their narratives bursting with courage and resolve. The retelling of the Montgomery bus boycott was not just a recounting of events. It was a powerful reminder of the human spirit's capacity to fight against injustice. The rhythm of King's words, echoing in the minds of readers, served as a drumbeat for change, inspiring countless others to action. Each historian's portrayal turned mere individuals into symbols of hope and resistance, forging connections that transcended time. The battlefields of history are littered with these stories, but perhaps most compelling are the voices that remain unheard. Those who fought valiantly but fell into obscurity often waited for historians to resurrect their legacies. Consider the countless women who labored alongside men in revolutions, only to be written out of the narrative. The role of historians here became one of reclaiming lost voices, allowing women like Harriet Tubman, who led countless slaves to freedom on the Underground Railroad, to step into the light once again. Each act of rebellion they committed against oppression became a thread woven into the fabric of history, and with each retelling, their heroism was rekindled. Historians faced a constant struggle to balance the glorification of heroes with the responsibility of presenting an honest account of their actions. The world of history is fraught with tension, where heroic narratives must confront their complexities. Every triumph is intertwined with sacrifice. Every hero is marked by flaws. The stories of heroes are not just tales of victory. They are stories of humanity, raw, unfiltered, and endlessly fascinating. As time moved forward, historians adapted, using new methodologies and technologies to breathe fresh life into their narratives. Oral histories began to emerge, capturing the voices of everyday people who witnessed the tides of change. These stories added layers to the heroic narrative, illustrating that heroism often lies not in grand gestures, but in quiet acts of defiance. The unsung heroes, the ones who stood up in small ways, also deserved recognition. In these moments, the historian's role became a bridge between past and present, allowing the echoes of history to resonate in contemporary struggles for justice. The waves of change continued to crash upon the shores of historical narrative, and with each new discovery, the responsibility of historians grew. As they unearthed artifacts and documents, the stakes rose higher. The legacy of heroes, the very narratives that inspired countless souls, remained in their hands. Would they choose to honor the past with integrity, or would they warp the truth to fit a new narrative? Each choice carried weight, shaping not just how we remember our heroes, but how we understand ourselves. The ink flowed, the pages turned, and the stories spun on. With each new chapter, the role of historians expanded, evolving alongside the very narratives they sought to preserve. Every retelling brought with it the promise of inspiration and the burden of truth, an unending cycle of heroism and humanity, forever intertwined. In the flickering shadows of ancient temples, where not so long ago, the air was thick with incense and the faint sounds of worship echoed, a new sound began to rise, a murmur, a whisper of doubt. The crowds that once bowed low before golden statues and revered their divine rulers began to shift uneasily, their faith rattled by the fierce winds of change. Down the echoing halls of history, figures emerged, cloaked not in divine light, but in the starkness of reason. The sun cast long shadows as philosophers, skeptics, and rebels strode onto the stage of history, armed with nothing but their words. They stood before the masses, eyes ablaze with passion as they challenged the very foundation of what had been accepted without question. Could a mere mortal, dressed in the fineries of power, truly claim the title of God? Was divinity merely a mask, concealing the flaws and weaknesses of those who wore it? As the questions hung heavy in the air, a palpable tension crackled like electricity. In Rome, Cicero raised his voice against the tide of deification that swept through the empire. "No man is a god," he declared, each word striking like a hammer on an anvil. His thoughts dripped with a potent blend of logic and emotion, calling the people to see the fragility of their rulers. "Are they not flesh and blood, just like you and me?" His arguments resonated in hearts that still trembled from the weight of oppression. Rulers wearing crowns of gold, he argued, could not escape the mortal blunders that plagued humanity. Each word ignited a flicker of doubt, growing into a flame that illuminated the shadows of unexamined faith. On distant shores, in the hands of a young philosopher named Epicurus, the seeds of skepticism took root. "Pleasure and pain govern our lives," he mused, addressing a group gathered in the cool shade of olive trees. If gods existed, they would not allow suffering to penetrate our world. His voice was soft yet fierce, an undercurrent of defiance in every syllable. The crowd leaned in closer, their hearts racing as the implications of his words sank in. Could it be that these divine beings, so revered, were simply figments of human imagination, crafted to bring comfort in times of despair? Yet, the path of opposition was not without peril. As voices rose in unison, echoing Cicero's and Epicurus's thoughts, the powerful trembled. They unleashed their wrath upon the skeptics, branding them traitors and heretics. The clashing of ideas became the backdrop to a dangerous game of power, where the stakes were nothing less than the soul of society. In darkened corners of the city, whispers of rebellion spread like wildfire, igniting the hearts of the disillusioned. In Alexandria, philosophers and scholars debated fiercely under the watchful gaze of statues dedicated to once revered leaders. The question hung heavy in the air. Should we worship those who lead us, or find divinity within ourselves? The clash of ideals turned into a heated battle, each side determined to claim victory. Voices rose, emotions ran high, and in that vibrant marketplace of ideas, truth and belief danced dangerously close to the edge. As these discussions simmered and swirled, a woman named Hypatia emerged. With her intellect shining like a beacon, she challenged the status quo not only with her words but with her very existence. In the male-dominated world of philosophy, she boldly asserted that knowledge was more powerful than any divine decree. To seek truth is to touch the divine, she proclaimed, her voice ringing out like a clarion call. The crowd, captivated by her passion, felt their hearts beat in rhythm with her conviction. For a moment, all seemed possible, but the winds of change were fraught with peril. Those who questioned the gods found themselves increasingly isolated, their lives threatened by a system that viewed doubt as a disease. Yet, even under the specter of violence, their resolve grew stronger. They gathered in secret, exchanging ideas and nurturing the flickering flame of dissent. Each meeting was charged with a sense of urgency, a shared understanding that the fate of their beliefs hung in the balance. In the corridors of power, emperors and priests conspired, their voices low and filled with fear. If they continue to spread their poison, one priest warned, the very foundation of our society will crumble. The threat of rebellion loomed like a storm on the horizon, and those in power recognized that their divine status was not an invincible shield but a fragile illusion. They began to strike back, silencing voices of dissent with an iron fist, leaving only echoes of those brave enough to speak out against the tide. Yet, even as the flames of oppression flickered, the spirit of opposition refused to be extinguished. In the midst of chaos, a sense of unity began to form among those who dared to question. They found strength in their shared struggle, their convictions intertwining like vines climbing toward the sun. As they rallied together, a collective heartbeat thrummed, a rhythm of resistance that filled the air, palpable and electric. Throughout the empire, the notion of deification faced a fierce critique that rang clearer than the tolling of church bells. The stories of gods and men intermingled, revealing cracks in the once unassailable belief systems. The voices of skeptics, now a chorus, rang out with a fervor that left no heart untouched. They painted vivid portraits of the flaws and failings of those in power, each story a testament to the humanity that lay beneath the veneer of divinity. And as dawn broke over the horizon, the world stood on the edge of transformation. The debates continued, the voices louder, each one a thread woven into the fabric of a society poised for change. In the face of oppression, the human spirit yearned for truth, for understanding, for a connection to something greater than themselves, but rooted in the tangible experience of life. With every challenge to the divine narrative, the very essence of humanity began to rise and shine. Through the ages, the struggle against deification would continue, a story not confined to the echoes of the past but alive and breathing in each heart that dared to question. Each confrontation with the divine was not just a clash of ideas but a reflection of an eternal quest, a search for meaning in a world that often felt chaotic and uncertain. The journey, filled with tension and emotion, would spiral on, drawing new generations into the dance between faith and reason, guiding them through the shadows that lingered just beyond the light. In the fading light of a Roman evening, the air thick with the scent of incense and the distant sound of chanting, a figure stands tall against the backdrop of a grand temple. This is no ordinary man. This is a deified hero, a legend carved into the very stones of history. The people gather, their eyes wide with awe, their hearts racing with reverence. They remember the stories, the battles won, the sacrifices made, and they come seeking the comfort of a presence that feels eternal, as if the gods themselves have descended to watch over them. The legacy of deified heroes like Julius Caesar and Augustus resonates through the ages, echoing in the hearts of Romans long after their earthly forms have turned to dust. These men were not just rulers. They were symbols, embodying the aspirations and resilience of a civilization that danced on the knife's edge of chaos and glory. When Caesar was declared a god, it was not merely a title bestowed but a lifeline thrown to the Roman people, a beacon of hope amidst the turmoil that defined their era. It was an act that would ripple through history, forever altering the fabric of Roman governance and society. As the temple's doors swing open, a hush falls over the crowd. Candles flicker, casting shadows that dance like spirits across the marble floor. Here, the past intertwines with the present. The air is electric as stories of triumph and tragedy intertwine, painting a vivid tapestry in the minds of those who listen. Augustus, once a young man filled with ambition, transformed into the revered god, ushering in an age of peace known as the Pax Romana. His divine status became a tool, a weapon used to unite the fractured empire, to remind the citizens that they were all part of something grander, something celestial. Yet such power came with a price. The rise of the deified hero cultivated an insatiable hunger for reverence and control. Emperors like Nero and Domitian, intoxicated by their own divinity, danced dangerously close to tyranny. Their names are whispered in fear, a reminder of the peril that accompanies the elevation of man to the status of God. The temples dedicated to them became places not just of worship but of worship tinged with dread, as the people prayed for mercy while grappling with the capriciousness of their rulers. The legacy of these heroes pulsated through Roman life, shaping art, culture, and politics. Statues adorned every corner, their visages etched into the collective memory of a civilization. A young boy, his heart racing, gazes up at a colossal statue of Jupiter, and in that moment, he feels the weight of history pressing down. The legends of the deified heroes inspire a sense of duty, an unspoken promise that echoes through generations. Be brave, be noble, be worthy of the gods. The stories seem to whisper, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who dare to dream. As the sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the forum, a new emperor rises, eager to carve his name into the annals of history. With each proclamation of divinity, the cycle repeats, a fervent attempt to grasp the essence of greatness. But the burden of divinity weighs heavily. The people watch, hope mingling with despair, for they understand that even heroes are human. The line between divine and mortal blurs, and the whispers begin. Will he be worthy? Will he bring us peace or despair? In the heart of this turmoil, the tales of past heroes linger like the haunting notes of a forgotten song. Each deified figure becomes a mirror, reflecting the dreams and fears of a society yearning for stability in an ever-shifting world. Gladiators fight in the arena, their blood soaking the sand, and the crowds roar, not just for entertainment, but in search of validation. The emperors, those self-proclaimed gods, become the embodiment of the people's hopes, their victories celebrated and their failures lamented. But as time marches on, the worship of these deified heroes also births dissent. The tension grows palpable, igniting a flicker of rebellion within the hearts of the oppressed. A whisper of a new faith emerges, promising salvation not through the blood of emperors, but through humility and sacrifice. The Christians, quietly gathering in the shadows, challenge the very notion of divinity that had been so tightly woven into the fabric of Roman identity. They bring with them a new narrative, one that speaks of a different kind of heroism, one that requires surrender rather than conquest. Each clash between the old and the new is charged with emotion. The stories of the deified heroes, once a source of pride, now become a backdrop for the struggle of the human spirit against the tyranny of power. The legacy of these figures intertwines with the emerging faith, creating a tension that electrifies the very air. The people stand at a crossroads, torn between the allure of divine emperors and the promise of a more relatable human hero. The echoes of the past linger in the air, a reminder of both greatness and folly. And as the sun rises on a new era, the saga of deified heroes continues to unfold, a living testament to the complexities of human ambition. The stories are not just etched in stone, but are woven into the hearts of the Roman people, guiding their choices, fueling their dreams, and igniting their passions. The temples may crumble, the statues may fade, but the essence of what it means to be a hero, flawed, aspirational, divine, remains an ever-present pursuit, a legacy that will shape the pages of history for centuries to come. The cycle continues, as the line between man and God blurs, and the future beckons with promises of heroes yet to rise. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden light that danced upon the weathered stones of a towering monument. Its shadow stretched long and ominous, whispering stories of the past in the stillness of the evening air. Here stood a figure, granite and proud, immortalized in time, a ruler, a fighter, a symbol of hope. The monument was more than just stone. It was a heart, beating softly with the memories of the lives it had touched and the history it preserved. As the day waned, visitors wandered in awe, their eyes wide with reverence. Each one seemed to feel the pulse of history, a reminder of the greatness that once was and, in many ways, still is. This was the power of monuments, to commemorate the deified figures whose lives had transcended mortality and become etched into the fabric of society. It was a sacred space, a testament to human ambition, sacrifice, and the relentless pursuit of meaning. In ancient Rome, the Colosseum stood not just as an arena for gladiators, but as a monument to the might of the empire and the emperors who ruled it. Each stone held the echoes of cheers and gasps. The thrill of life and death played out under the watchful eyes of deified leaders. Here, emperors like Augustus and Trajan were celebrated not only while they walked the earth, but also long after they had departed from it. Their images adorned coins, their victories narrated on grand columns, forever enshrined in the memories of their people. It was a way of saying, "You are not forgotten." The enormity of monuments like the Great Wall of China, stretching across the land, told a different story but held a similar truth. Built to protect and honor, it became a symbol of unity and perseverance. It stood against the winds of time, reminding generations of the strength found in collective effort, the blood, sweat, and tears of countless workers who believed in something greater than themselves. It was a tribute to those who faced hardships with determination, a reminder that even in the darkest hours, hope could rise like the sun over the horizon. As the sun slipped below the edge of the world, shadows began to dance around the statues of forgotten gods and revered leaders. Each figure, carved with precision, held stories of love, betrayal, and valor. They embodied the ideals of their time, immortalized for future generations to seek guidance from their virtues and flaws. It was in the stillness of the night that their essence became palpable, as if they breathed alongside the living. The stories woven into the very fabric of these monuments stirred deep emotions, inviting tears and hearts racing with pride. In Egypt, the grandeur of the pyramids reflected not just architectural genius but a deep reverence for the afterlife. These monumental tombs were built for pharaohs, who were seen as gods on earth. Their monumental scale served as a reminder to the living of the divine nature of their rulers. Inside, treasures lay buried, waiting for the day when the pharaoh would awaken. The monuments whispered of power, mortality, and the eternal quest for immortality. They stood as a bridge between the living and the dead, a connection that spanned centuries, where faith intertwined with the earthly realm. Across the oceans, in a land where the wind spoke of ancient wisdom, the totem poles of indigenous peoples held stories of ancestry and culture. Carved with intricate designs, they served as monuments to the spirits that guided their people. Each totem represented a lineage, a connection to the past, and a reminder of the resilience of the community. As the sun set behind the trees, the intricate carvings seemed to glow, and one could almost hear the voices of the ancestors carried on the breeze. They were not just decorations. They were testaments to survival, identity, and the deep-seated belief that those who came before were always with them. In modern times, the memorials dedicated to those who fought for freedom and justice came alive with emotion. The haunting image of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C., stands as a stark reminder of the cost of war. Names etched in black granite reflect the faces of those who never returned, their stories captured in the tears of loved ones who visit. Each name is a life lost, a promise broken, and a reminder of sacrifice. Visitors touch the cold stone, tracing the names with shaking fingers, and it is in those moments that the weight of history crashes upon them, overwhelming and profound. As night fully descended, the light from the torches danced against the stone, creating a warm glow that seemed to breathe life into the figures. The shadows of the past flickered, a poignant reminder that these monuments are not just remnants but living entities that connect past, present, and future. They provoke thought, ignite passion, and stir emotions buried deep within the human soul. In each monument lies the echo of dreams and desires, the heartbeats of those who believed in legacy. They stand proudly, defying time, serving as a reminder that greatness is not simply a fleeting moment but an eternal quest. The deified figures, once flesh and blood, now stand as guardians of memory. They invite the living to reflect, to remember, and to aspire to a greatness that transcends the mortal coil. And just as the final rays of sunlight kissed the horizon, the monuments continued their silent vigil, waiting for the dawn of a new day, where stories would unravel, memories would be rekindled, and the cycle of commemoration would begin anew. The air crackled with energy, the night alive with whispers of the past, urging those present to listen, to feel, and to honor the legacy of those who came before. Time may pass, but the role of these monumental tributes remains steadfast, ever a reminder that in the tapestry of life, every thread is woven with purpose, every monument carved with the intention of remembrance. Under the shadow of the towering Colosseum, the citizens of ancient Rome moved through the streets, their lives a mesmerizing blend of mortal struggles and divine aspirations. Each day, they rose with the sun, seeking favor from the gods who they believed danced amongst them in the glimmering light. This interplay between life and the sacred pulsed through the veins of the city, a rhythm that echoed through the laughter of children, the cries of merchants, and the whispered prayers of the devoted. In the dim light of a humble temple, a priestess knelt before the altar, her heart heavy with the weight of her responsibilities. She was but a woman, mortal and fragile, yet chosen to carry the voice of the divine. As she offered her prayers, the flickering flames of the oil lamps cast shadows that seemed to flicker with life, as if the gods themselves were listening, hovering just beyond the veil of human understanding. The scent of incense wafted through the air, mingling with the somber notes of her fear and hope. Would her offerings be enough? Would the gods respond favorably? Outside, the vibrant city thrummed with energy. Gladiators prepared for battle, muscles taut and hearts racing, each one fighting not just for glory, but for the approval of the divine. They understood a truth fundamental to Roman life. In the arena, death and honor danced perilously close together. A fallen warrior was not merely a man defeated. He was a soul sacrificed at the altar of entertainment, a tragic offering to the capricious gods who reveled in the spectacle of human struggle. But mortality weighed heavily on the minds of the faithful, men and women haunted by the thought of what lay beyond the grave. The fear of oblivion loomed large, and it was this dread that compelled them to seek the divine. Rituals flourished, ceremonies meant to curry favor, to ensure that the spirits of the deceased would not wander lost, but instead find peace among the stars. They believed that the gods were watching, ever vigilant, ready to bestow blessings or unleash wrath. The line between life and death was dangerously thin, and the Romans walked it with both reverence and trepidation. In a bustling marketplace, a vendor hawked his wares, but it was not mere bread or cloth that he sold. It was hope. Each loaf, each garment, was a token meant to curry the favor of the divine. The locals whispered tales of omens, strange occurrences in the sky, the sudden death of a revered leader, or the birth of an unusual animal. They interpreted these signs through a lens of divinity, believing that the heavens were in constant communication with their mortal lives. A young woman, her heart beating wildly in her chest, approached the vendor. Clutching a small coin, she felt the weight of generations behind her, the hopes of her ancestors pressing against her as she made her purchase. She prayed silently for guidance, for a sign that her father's spirit was at peace. Her fingers brushed against a delicate amulet, glimmering in the sunlight, a charm said to protect against ill fortune. She bought it, not merely for herself, but as an offering to the god who governed the afterlife, hoping it would ensure her father's journey was smooth, his soul sheltered from the chaos of the unknown. As dusk fell, the city transformed. The warm glow of torches illuminated the streets, and the sounds of laughter mingled with the distant roar of the Colosseum. Romans gathered to witness the games, their hearts pounding with excitement, a primal instinct ignited by the spectacle before them. A gladiator stood in the center of the arena, bloodied and battered, yet unyielding. His eyes were filled with a fierce light, a reflection of the struggle between life and the promise of divine favor. With each swing of his sword, he fought not just for survival, but for immortality in the annals of history. The crowd erupted in cheers, their collective breath held in anticipation. They understood that every drop of blood spilled was a prayer, a plea to the gods for protection and prosperity. Victory meant elevation, defeat meant oblivion. And so, with every battle, the Romans forged their connection to divinity, entwining their fates with the whims of the unseen forces that governed their world. But darkness hovered like a specter, an ever-present reminder of mortality. The night air was thick with tension and unspoken fears. A sudden scream pierced the night, and chaos erupted as a figure stumbled into the flickering light, blood dripping from a wound that would soon claim a life. The crowd gasped, the festive atmosphere shattering, replaced by the stench of fear. They rushed toward the injured man, a desperate attempt to grasp at the fleeting thread of life, to call upon the gods for one last miracle. In the frenzy, whispers spread. Was this a punishment from the divine? A sign that the gods were displeased? Or was it a reminder of their shared mortality, a stark contrast to their dreams of glory? In that moment, the relationship between mortality and divinity became painfully clear. The gods, though revered and worshipped, remained distant, their intentions often unfathomable. Beneath the stars, the Romans confronted their reality. Life was fragile, a mere moment in the vast tapestry of time. As the night wore on, the priestess from earlier returned to the temple, her heart heavy with the weight of the day's events. She lit candles, each flame representing a soul lost, a life lived, a prayer uttered. The struggle between life and death echoed in her heart, a reminder that the gods watched, but they also demanded sacrifices. Would they be pleased with her offerings? Would her voice reach their ears? In the stillness, she felt the pulse of the city, a reminder that in death, there was still life, and in life, there was an eternal longing for the divine. The boundary between mortality and divinity blurred, leaving a haunting question lingering in the air. Was it the gods who shaped their fate, or were the Romans themselves the architects of their destinies? As the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, illuminating the path ahead, the city held its breath, teetering on the edge of revelation and despair. The interplay of life and the divine would continue, an unending cycle of hope and fear, sacrifice and devotion, drawing them inexorably toward the next chapter of their existence, where the divine awaited just beyond the horizon. The air in Rome was thick with anticipation, a palpable buzz that crackled through the city like an electric storm. On the heels of chaos and the tragic aftermath of civil war, the people waited, their hearts pounding like war drums. Galba, the man who had dared to seize power amid the ruins of a crumbling empire, stood on the precipice of history. He was no mere soldier. He was a symbol, a hope, and for some, a harbinger of doom. As he strode through the bustling streets, His gaze met the eyes of citizens filled with a mix of admiration and dread. They whispered among themselves, their voices a tapestry of opinions threaded with fear and hope. Some thought Galba was destined to be great, a savior who could restore order to the chaos that had gripped Rome. Others, however, felt a chill run down their spines. The blood of previous emperors stained their memories, and Galba's ascent felt too much like the rise of yet another tyrant. The weight of their gazes pressed heavily on him, a reminder of the delicate balance he would have to maintain. In the Senate, the political arena buzzed with intrigue and deception. Senators, once loyal to Nero, now turned their loyalty like a flock of birds shifting in the wind. Whispers of betrayal fluttered through the marble halls, echoing against the walls that had witnessed countless machinations. Galba knew that he was but a pawn on a chessboard filled with ambitious players, each maneuvering for their own advantage. His early days in power were celebrated with hope. Citizens thronged the streets, their cheers ringing out like an anthem of renewal, a longing for stability after the storm. Galba, clad in the robes of authority, raised his hand to the crowd, hoping to embody the virtue of a true leader. The people saw him as a figure carved from stone, strong and unyielding. Yet, beneath the surface, a tempest brewed. The Senate, a hallowed institution filled with men who had grown accustomed to wielding power, began to murmur against Galba. Tensions rose like a tide, threatening to drown him in political discontent. Senators plotted, their ambitions as sharp as knives, and Galba, once a symbol of hope, became a figure of uncertainty. With every passing day, his grip on power felt more tenuous. It was a game of survival, and Galba had to remain vigilant, knowing that enemies lurked around every corner, their smiles concealing daggers. The first signs of dissent began to emerge when Galba made choices that alienated those who had supported him. His decision to limit the power of the Praetorian Guard, the elite soldiers who had once protected the emperors, sent ripples of unease throughout the ranks. They were not mere soldiers. They were loyalists who had tasted blood and would not easily relinquish their influence. As whispers of discontent grew louder, Galba's supporters began to peel away like paint flaking off ancient walls. In the shadows, a conspiracy took shape, twisting and turning like a serpent coiling around its prey. The Praetorian Guard, feeling betrayed, gathered their strength, plotting their revenge. They were a force of immense power, and Galba, once a beacon of hope, had unwittingly ignited a fire that threatened to consume him. The city that had once hailed him as a hero now held its breath, teetering on the brink of chaos. The tension reached a boiling point when a fateful meeting was called. Senators and soldiers mingled, their conversations a blend of loyalty and treachery. Galba entered the chamber, his heart racing, the weight of expectation heavy on his shoulders. He stood at the center of the room, a solitary figure surrounded by a sea of uncertainty. It was a moment charged with electricity, as if time itself held its breath. In that critical moment, a senator stood to voice a challenge, his words sharp enough to cut through the air. Accusations flew, veiled threats and promises of support mingling in a toxic cocktail. Galba, feeling the ground shift beneath him, struggled to maintain his composure. He could sense the tide turning, the whispers of betrayal growing louder as the room filled with tension. As the senator's voice rose, Galba was acutely aware of the stakes. He was but one man against a swelling storm. Then came the pivotal moment that would seal his fate. A noisy clash erupted outside, the sound of boots marching in unison, a grim reminder of the power of the guard he had underestimated. The door to the chamber burst open, and there stood the Praetorian Guard, their faces set in grim determination. Galba's heart raced as he realized that the hope of a united Rome was slipping through his fingers, like grains of sand in an hourglass. He stood there, frozen in time, the weight of his choices crashing down upon him. In a desperate attempt, he called for calm, his voice echoing in the charged atmosphere. But the murmurs of dissent had transformed into a roar, drowning out his pleas. The guard surged forward, and panic spread like wildfire among the senators. The chaos that had once been confined to the shadows now spilled into the light, dragging Galba into a world of turmoil he could not control. As the dust settled and the cries of betrayal faded into the distance, Galba stood alone, stripped of the power he had so desperately sought. The apotheosis he had dreamt of, the elevation to a godlike status in the eyes of the people, now felt like a cruel illusion. The people who once cheered for him now watched, their expressions a mix of pity and indifference. The streets, once vibrant with life, became a graveyard of dreams, each echoed cheer replaced by a haunting silence. And so, with the specter of betrayal looming large, the story of Galba continued, a case study in the political dynamics that shaped the very essence of Rome. The tides of fortune shifted with each heartbeat, leaving behind whispers of what could have been. The shadows of ambition loomed, and the tension remained, coiling tighter around the fragile remnants of power. As history marched on, the fate of Galba lingered in the air, a poignant reminder that in the game of politics, the line between hero and villain is as thin as a whisper on the wind. In the flickering light of a grand Roman temple, shadows danced across the marbled floors, whispering tales of glory and divine power. A figure stood at the altar, cloaked in the fineries of a god. A man once mortal, now revered above the very stars. This was the spectacle of Roman deification, a drama where heroes transformed into gods, and where history intertwined with the ethereal threads of myth. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the hushed murmurs of the faithful, all drawn into the magnetic pull of legends that blurred the lines between the real and the imagined. Julius Caesar, one of the most celebrated figures of the Roman Empire, felt the weight of destiny on his shoulders as he strode through the halls of power. His rise was not merely a product of cunning and strategy. It was the culmination of a narrative that had long been woven through the fabric of Roman society. The people adored him, and soon, they began to see him not just as a leader, but as a divine entity. When he was declared a god after his assassination, the world gasped. The echoes of his legacy would resonate in the hearts of the Roman people, as they began to chant his name with reverence, transforming him from a man into an immortal symbol of strength and authority. In the quiet corners of history, there lurked a tension that was almost palpable. It was the tension between the earthly and the celestial, between the flesh and blood leaders and the gods they aspired to be. The past was not simply a series of events. It was a living entity, evolving and breathing. The Romans skillfully crafted an identity that merged their leaders' achievements with divine favor. The triumphs of men became the tales of gods, and the people lapped it up like sweet nectar. Each victory was a brushstroke in a grand painting of myth, carefully constructed to inspire awe and devotion. The temples were not only places of worship, they were monuments to the power of storytelling. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the city, priests would gather to recite the legends of the deified. They spoke of how gods walked amongst mortals, how they shaped destiny with a mere touch. The audience listened, enraptured, as they imagined their leaders ascending to the heavens, embraced by the very arms of the divine. In those moments, history was not a dusty tome. It was alive, pulsing with emotion and energy. As emperors rose and fell, so did the narratives that surrounded them. Augustus, the first emperor of Rome, became a master of this divine illusion. He positioned himself as the son of a god, crafting a lineage that extended far beyond the mortal realm. His reign was marked by an expert blending of myth and political strategy, as he painted his legacy to be as eternal as the gods themselves. The people revered him, their adoration fueled by stories that spoke of his divine origins and celestial guidance. Augustus was not just a ruler. He was a beacon of hope, a symbol of Rome's everlasting glory. Yet, amidst the grandeur, there was an undercurrent of doubt. As much as the Romans embraced their deified leaders, there were whispers in the shadows. Some questioned the very nature of divinity. How could a mortal, with all their flaws and failures, ascend to such heights? It was a dangerous question, one that could shake the foundations of their beliefs. The tension simmered, creating a rich tapestry of emotion that both elevated and challenged the divine narrative. In a moment of stark drama, Caligula seized the throne, a man whose reign would test the limits of the deification concept. His madness was a stark contrast to the divine image that had come before him. As he declared himself a god, the people shivered in fear and disbelief. The tales of his excesses and cruelty spread like wildfire, igniting a spark of rebellion. How could a ruler so far removed from the ideals of divine benevolence lay claim to such a title? The myth began to unravel, exposing the fragility of the bond between history and divine right. It was a tumultuous time, where the gods seemed to mock the very mortals who had elevated them. And still, the cycle continued. Each new emperor sought to carve their name in the stars, to link their legacy to the pantheon of gods that guided Rome. There was Vespasian, who, after a successful campaign, declared, "I found Rome a city of bricks and left it a city of marble." The people, enthralled by his prowess, saw him as a demigod, a hero who had transformed their world. His words rippled through the populace, igniting a fervor that blended hope with reverence. It was a symphony of emotion, admiration, longing, and the desire for permanence in a world marked by impermanence. As the empire expanded, so too did the intricate dance of myth and history. The stories of conquered lands and peoples were woven into the fabric of Roman identity. The gods were not content to remain in the heavens. They descended into the lives of ordinary citizens and soldiers. Each battle cry echoed with the names of deified leaders, as warriors marched into combat with divine protection and favor. Victory became sacred, a testament to the gods' will and their leaders' might. The history of Roman deification is a powerful testament to the human need for connection, for something greater than oneself. It speaks to the desire to transcend mortality, to carve a legacy that will be remembered long after the final breath is taken. And yet, as the emperors reached for the stars, the people clung to their stories, weaving them into the very fabric of their lives, creating a tapestry rich with both divine aspiration and human fallibility. As the sun set below the horizon, casting long shadows over the temples, the air crackled with anticipation. The stories continued to flow, intertwining legend and reality, each tale more enchanting than the last. The people leaned closer, drawn into the magnetic pull of their history, where the lines between the mortal and the divine blurred into oblivion. The echoes of the past remained alive, refusing to fade away, promising that the next chapter, the next ruler, would carry the torch of both myth and history into eternity. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, the air buzzed with anticipation and hope. The sun hung high, casting long shadows on the stone-paved roads, where citizens gathered, their faces illuminated by a mixture of awe and longing. Whispers filled the air, tales of brave men and women who had risen above the ordinary, poised to conquer the insurmountable. The heartbeat of the city thrummed with a singular rhythm, the quest for heroes. In every corner of the empire, the people craved stories that stirred their souls. Gladiators brandished their swords, their muscles glistening under the hot sun, embodying the very essence of courage and strength. The Colosseum, a grand arena of stone, stood as a monument not just to entertainment, but to the ideals of valor and honor. As the crowd roared, hearts raced in unison, momentarily forgetting the weight of burdens that life pressed upon their shoulders. The Romans needed these heroes, not just to admire from afar, but to find solace in their triumphs. The streets, filled with the scent of bread and spices, bore witness to the tales of remarkable figures like Scipio Africanus, who dared to defy the Carthaginian forces and reclaim glory for Rome. Children listened wide-eyed as their parents recounted the legendary deeds of the great general, feeling a spark ignite within them. The very notion of heroism infused their lives with meaning and purpose. Yet, the yearning for heroes wasn't solely about battle or glory. It seeped into every aspect of Roman life, filling the void left by hardships and disappointments. In times of political instability, when corruption threatened to unravel the fabric of society, the people looked to leaders who embodied integrity and valor. They needed visionaries like Cicero, whose eloquent speeches resonated like music, inspiring the masses to rise against tyranny. His words, powerful and unwavering, became a lifeline for the weary, a reminder that greatness was not just a dream but a possibility within reach. But the heroes of Rome weren't always dressed in armor. Sometimes, they wore the robes of senators. In the quiet moments of reflection, the citizens found strength in figures like Augustus, who transformed a fractured republic into a flourishing empire. His reign brought stability, and in the eyes of the Roman people, he became a beacon of hope. The longing for a father figure, someone to guide them through turbulent times, manifested in their adoration for leaders who embodied the values they cherished. As the seasons changed, so did the tales, morphing into legends that inspired the next generation. The stories of the past lived on, fueling the ambitions of young men and women who dreamed of leaving their mark on history. The arenas echoed with roars that rivaled thunder as champions emerged, each one a reflection of the society that adored them. The stories of courage, sacrifice, and triumph played out in vivid detail, gripping the hearts of those who gathered to witness them. Yet, within the grand tapestry of heroism, shadows lurked. For every celebrated warrior, there were countless others whose sacrifices went unnoticed. The common soldier, the laborer, and the oppressed. These were the unsung heroes whose stories were often overshadowed by the glimmering tales of the elite. Still, their struggles resonated deeply within the fabric of Roman society. The people understood that heroism didn't always come dressed in glory. Sometimes, it was found in the quiet strength of perseverance against insurmountable odds. As dusk fell over the city, the flickering torches illuminated the faces of the crowd gathered at the forum. They shared stories of triumph and tragedy, weaving a rich tapestry of human experience. A murmur spread through the crowd as a charismatic orator took the stage, his voice echoing through the night. He spoke of the heroes who had shaped the very foundations of their world, painting vivid images of battles fought and victories claimed. The audience was entranced, lost in the rhythm of his words, as the invisible thread of need for heroes bound them together. The tumult of life in Rome lay heavy on their hearts, but through these stories, they found a sanctuary. They could momentarily escape the struggles of everyday life, the taxes that burdened them, the uncertainties of political loyalty, and the ever-looming threat of violence. In the stories of heroes, they found reassurance that greatness was within reach, and a flicker of hope ignited their spirits. Yet, as the night wore on and the flames of the torches danced in the cool breeze, an air of anxiety crept into the atmosphere. What if these heroes, these figures they revered, failed them? What if the very foundations of their society crumbled beneath the weight of greed and corruption? The thought sent shivers down the spines of the gathered crowd, who instinctively clung to one another, seeking solace in shared fears. The yearning for heroes became more than a desire. It morphed into a need, a psychological lifeline in a world that often seemed chaotic and unkind. It was the heroes that gave meaning to their struggles, offering a narrative that made sense of the madness around them. The tales spun in the forum were not just entertainment. They were the glue that held the fabric of society together, a reminder that they were part of something greater than themselves. As the night deepened, the stories shifted from mythical conquests to the intimate struggles of everyday life. The audience hung on every word, their hearts swelling with pride and sorrow as they recognized themselves in these tales. A woman rose from the crowd, her voice trembling yet resolute, sharing the story of her brother who had fought valiantly in battle, only to return home wounded, forever changed. The silence that followed was palpable, the collective breath of the crowd held as they absorbed the weight of her words. The heroes of Rome were not just figures on a pedestal. They were reflections of the people who carried their stories, their hopes, and their dreams. In the end, it was this connection that bound them, weaving a narrative that echoed through the ages. As the stars twinkled above, the people of Rome knew that their search for heroes would never truly end. They would always seek those who could inspire, uplift, and carry the mantle of greatness, reminding them of the strength that lay within their own hearts. They would listen, they would cheer, and perhaps they would one day become the heroes they so desperately sought, ready to etch their own stories into the annals of history. There is something undeniably powerful about a figure carved from stone, their visage frozen in time, yet brimming with life and legend. The moment one gazes upon a statue of a deified hero, the air thickens, charged with stories of valor and sacrifice. These figures are not mere representations. They are vessels of hope, embodying the dreams and aspirations of an entire culture. As the sunlight kisses their surface, the shadows dance, whispering tales of ancient glory to anyone who dares to listen. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, colossal statues of gods and heroes stood proudly, their marble forms towering over the common folk. Each statue served as more than just decoration. They were the lifeblood of public spaces, evoking pride and reverence. The Romans understood that art was a conduit through which memory flowed. Take, for instance, the statue of Augustus of Porta, an exquisite blend of political propaganda and divine imagery. This portrayal of the first Roman emperor not only exalted his achievements but also intertwined his identity with that of the gods. The slight smile upon his lips beckoned viewers to recognize him as a demigod, a ruler favored by fate itself. Traveling to the east, one cannot overlook the splendor of the Gupta dynasty in India, where the emergence of Gupta art transformed the representation of deified heroes into a profound spiritual experience. The sculptures of the Buddha, calm, serene, and meditative, brought forth a sense of peace and enlightenment, beckoning the believer to transcend the mundane. Each fold of the robe, each curl of hair was meticulously crafted to convey not just a figure, but a profound idea, that of compassion, wisdom, and an unwavering pursuit of truth. In the temples, these deified heroes were not merely observed. They were engaged with, their presence inviting the faithful into a dialogue that transcended the ordinary. In the thick of the Renaissance, the world awoke to a renewed appreciation for the classical heroes of antiquity. Michelangelo's David, a monumental embodiment of human potential, stood as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Carved from a single block of marble, David's eyes shimmered with the fierce determination of a young warrior facing Goliath. The tension in his body, the slight twist of his torso, spoke of a moment frozen right before action. Artists sought to capture not just the physicality of these heroes but the essence of humanity itself: vulnerability, strength, and an unwavering belief that the extraordinary could be achieved. As history marched on, these deified heroes began to morph into symbols that reflected the zeitgeist of their times. The haunting visage of Joan of Arc, immortalized in countless paintings and sculptures, became a beacon for those seeking courage in the face of adversity. Artists portrayed her not merely as a martyr but as a warrior, her sword raised high against the backdrop of a stormy sky. The brushstrokes vibrated with emotion, conveying her fierce spirit and unwavering faith. Every depiction was a reminder that heroism could spring from the most unlikely of places. A peasant girl, standing tall against an empire. The emotional weight of such representations is not lost in the stories of the common people. In the 19th century, Frederick Auguste Bartholdi's Statue of Liberty rose from the mist, a colossal figure embodying hope and freedom. This monumental gift from France, representing the deified hero of liberty, stood at the gateway to a new world. Immigrants arriving on ships saw her torch raised high, a symbol of dreams fulfilled and opportunities embraced. The copper skin of Lady Liberty glimmered in the sun, but it was her heart, pulsing with promise, that truly captured the imagination of millions. Art's role in depicting these heroes is layered, complex, and deeply intertwined with human emotion. The paintings of Diego Rivera in Mexico, bursting with color and life, celebrate the indigenous heroes whose stories had long been silenced. Rivera's murals tell tales of struggle and triumph, portraying figures who fought against oppression, their arms raised in defiance. The vibrant hues pulse with the heartbeat of a nation, encapsulating the spirit of a people who refuse to be forgotten. Here, art acts as a bridge between the past and the present, ensuring that the sacrifice of these heroes lives on in the collective memory of society. Even in modern times, the representation of deified heroes continues to resonate. The towering figure of Martin Luther King Jr., immortalized in stone on the National Mall, invites reflection and reverence. His visage, carved with precision, reflects not just a man but an entire movement, a beacon of hope for those marginalized and oppressed. Standing before the statue, one feels the weight of his words, echoing throughout history, urging humanity to rise above hatred and injustice. His heroism is not just in his actions, but in the legacy he left behind, a challenge to continue the fight for equality and justice. Art transcends mere visual representation. It reaches into the very core of human experience. Every brushstroke, every chisel mark is imbued with intention, emotions, and a testament to the values that society holds dear. Each deified hero, whether from ancient lore or contemporary life, serves as a mirror reflecting our hopes and fears, our triumphs and failures. As viewers, we are invited to not only gaze upon their forms but to feel their presence, to acknowledge their struggles, and to understand that their stories are intertwined with our own. And so, as the sun sets, casting a warm glow over the monuments and statues that populate our cities, these figures stand vigil, watching over the lives they inspire. They remind us of the power of art to capture the essence of what it means to be human. The tales of deified heroes echo in the hearts of those who dare to dream, bridging the gap between past and present, urging us to continue the legacy of heroism in our own lives. As the night descends, the stories they carry whisper on the wind, urging the next generation to rise, to create, and to embody the very heroes they idolize. The art remains, a living testament to the undying spirit of humanity. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the crumbling ruins of what was once a vibrant city, filled with the laughter and heroic tales of its people. Shadows danced across the stone, whispering secrets of a time when figures like Hercules and Alexander the Great were revered not just as legends, but as the very embodiment of human aspiration. Yet, as the twilight deepened, so too did the silence that settled upon the remnants of this once great civilization. In the streets, the echoes of a forgotten faith lingered like the fading notes of a song long abandoned. The worship of heroes, those larger-than-life figures who had once stood as paragons of virtue, was now but a memory, a flickering candle in the gathering dark. The common man felt the weight of the world pressing down upon him, and with each passing day, the stories that had once illuminated their lives began to darken, replaced by new fears and uncertainties. It was the age of emperors and gods, yet something was shifting beneath the surface. The crowds that once thronged to hear the tales of brave deeds and noble sacrifices now shuffled in silence, their eyes filled with doubt. The heroic ideals that had inspired generations were slowly being consumed by the very forces that had once celebrated them. This was a time when the old gods of Olympus were giving way to the one true God, and in that transition, the very fabric of society began to unravel. Amidst this change, a soldier named Marcus stood in the shadow of a crumbling temple. He had been raised on tales of valor, dreams of glorious battles that filled his heart with courage. But as he gazed upon the shattered statues of heroes long gone, he felt a deep sense of loss. "Where are our heroes now?" he whispered to no one in particular. "Where are the legends that guided us?" His voice cracked, full of a longing that echoed in the silence around him. A search for meaning in a world that felt increasingly adrift. Rumors swirled through the streets like autumn leaves caught in a restless breeze. What was once a tapestry of vibrant stories was now fraying. The hero's image, once a beacon of hope, was being replaced by the somber face of authority. People began to look toward their rulers for guidance, but the emperors were no longer the valiant figures of old. Instead, they wore crowns heavy with the weight of bureaucracy and war, their hearts hardened by the demands of a restless empire. As Marcus trudged through the streets, he stumbled upon a gathering. A crowd had formed around an old storyteller, his voice trembling yet passionate as he recounted the exploits of a long-dead hero. He stood against the tide, unyielding in the face of despair, the storyteller cried, his eyes alight with the fervor of his words. Yet the faces in the crowd were not lit with admiration. Instead, they bore expressions of skepticism, as if the very act of recalling such stories was an affront to their present reality. For Marcus, the storytelling was a bittersweet reminder of what had been lost. He could see it in the eyes of the crowd. They were weary from the struggles of their daily lives, the weight of survival overshadowing the thrill of heroic dreams. Heroes had become relics of a bygone era, their tales reduced to mere whispers, haunting echoes that threatened to vanish into the ether. The decline of the cult of heroes was not just a fading belief, it was a transformation of the human spirit. The great temples that once housed the statues of gods and heroes stood empty, their grandeur wilting under the relentless march of time. The marble that once shone with the sheen of worship now cracked and dulled. The people turned away, their eyes seeking solace in the mundane rather than the mythical. In this twilight of belief, a new narrative was emerging, one that did not celebrate individual valor but emphasized the collective struggle. The community began to band together, finding strength in unity rather than in the singular tales of extraordinary individuals. Marcus felt this shift keenly, his heart torn between the admiration for the heroes of old and the powerful sense of camaraderie that blossomed in the face of adversity. Yet, even amidst the warmth of shared purpose, a chill lingered in the air. The once familiar stories of heroism began to feel like distant stars, twinkling but unreachable. The memories of brave deeds were now replaced with the harsh realities of survival, as the Empire faced threats from outside and within. The heroic figures that had inspired generations were eclipsed by the pressing needs of everyday life. The gods, once invoked in battle, seemed to have turned their backs, leaving humanity to navigate the storm alone. As night fell, Marcus found himself back at the ruins of the temple, the moonlight casting an ethereal glow upon the stone. He felt a profound sadness creeping into his heart, a sense of mourning for the lost ideals that had once guided him. But in that moment of reflection, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps the stories of old were not entirely lost. Perhaps they could adapt, morphing into new tales that spoke to the struggles of the present. And just as that thought took root, a distant sound broke through the stillness. A clash of swords, the cries of battle. A new challenge loomed on the horizon, one that would demand the strength and resilience of every soul in the city. The shadows of heroes past mingled with the fears of the present, creating a tapestry rich with emotion and tension. Would the spirit of heroism rise again in this fractured world, or were the tales of courage destined to fade into the darkness forever? This question hung in the air, unanswered, as the echoes of the past intertwined with the pulse of the present, setting the stage for a new dawn where the stories of old could either find new life or slip quietly into oblivion. The night deepened, and with it, the feeling that whatever came next would demand not just the strength of heroes, but the heart of the collective. An intricate dance between memory and hope, where the line between heroism and humanity blurred, leaving the future open to whatever might unfold. In the flickering light of a dying sun, the echoes of a past battle still lingered in the air, the scent of iron and soot mingling with the rich aroma of incense wafting through the grand halls of the Roman Empire. Here, within the opulent walls of the Senate, men and women whispered in hushed tones, their faces illuminated by the glow of torches that threw dancing shadows against the marble. They spoke not of heroes fallen in glory, but of deification, the sacred act of turning mortal men into gods. Each word dripped with reverence and fear, for they knew the delicate balance of power hung by the thinnest of threads. The aftermath of heroic deification was a cauldron of emotions, bubbling fiercely beneath the surface. Julius Caesar, once a man of flesh and blood, had ascended to the heavens, leaving behind a legacy that would twist and turn the fate of the empire. As the people of Rome gazed up at the temple erected in his honor, they felt a mixture of admiration and dread. Had they not seen him in the dust of the arena, covered in sweat and blood, fighting with the vigor of a lion? Had he not bled like one of them? The moment he was declared divine, however, the lines between the mortal and the divine blurred, transforming the very fabric of society. At a grand feast held in the name of Rome's latest deified leader, the air was thick with triumph, yet undercurrents of tension vibrated through the laughter. Senators, draped in fine togas, raised their goblets filled with wine as they toasted not just to Caesar, but to all who would follow in his footsteps. "To the gods among us!" they cheered, their voices echoing through the marble columns. Yet, beneath the revelry lay an unsettling question. What did it mean for a man to become a god? The very act of deification had ignited a fire of ambition in the hearts of many. Each senator eyed one another warily, jealousy and longing flickering like candle flames. The influence of deification carved into the empire with sharp edges. It was a sword in the hands of those who sought to wield it. Augustus, the adopted heir of Caesar, expertly grasped this power, wrapping it around his very being like a royal cloak. He maneuvered through the political landscape with the grace of a dancer, his face a mask of serenity. The people looked to him, not just as a ruler but as a divine protector, someone who bridged the gap between the heavens and the earth. The temples dedicated to him rose up across the empire, their stone facades shining in the sunlight, beckoning worshippers and pilgrims alike. Yet, amid the splendor, whispers of discontent began to rise. While the elite reveled in their divine connections, the common people struggled under the weight of taxation and corruption. They could not worship a God who ignored their suffering. As they gathered in the streets, anger simmered, and the chants grew louder. "We are not mere sacrifices for your glory." Echoes of their discontent reverberated through the cobblestones, a stark reminder of the humanity that could not be overlooked. Within the shadows, those who were once allies turned into foes, each one vying for a taste of the divine power. The stage was set for conflict, as the allure of divinity became a double-edged sword. In the Senate chambers, where once laughter rang, now the air was thick with a mixture of camaraderie and suspicion. The heroic deification had given birth to a new game, one where loyalty was as fleeting as the flame of a torch. Friendships crumbled as ambition took root, and the question of who would ascend to the heavens next loomed ominously over the empire. In the provinces, the impact of this newfound divinity spread like wildfire. Leaders who once ruled with the consent of the people began to see their authority shift. No longer were they mere governors. They emulated the deified, positioning themselves as earthly representations of the divine. Temples dedicated to these local leaders sprang up, adorned with lavish offerings and prayers. The common folk, initially skeptical, were slowly drawn to the idea, and the fabric of their belief began to weave itself tightly around these new demigods. The influence of heroic deification seeped into the very souls of the empire, crafting a culture that revered power above all. Yet, in the night, shadows shifted. There were those who wanted to bring down the very gods the empire had created. Conspiracies brewed in the darkness, a tumultuous storm waiting to break. The assassination of a ruler became not an act of rebellion but a declaration of war against divinity itself. With daggers hidden behind smiles, the whispers grew louder. To kill the god is to reclaim our humanity. It was a dangerous thought, one that could ignite the flames of chaos and bring the empire crumbling to its knees. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the empire stood at a precipice. The collective heartbeat of Rome echoed with the hopes and fears of its people. Would they continue to honor those who walked among them as gods? Or would they rise up against the very notion that power could transform a man into something divine? The dualities of admiration and aversion, loyalty and betrayal, pulsed through the city like a living thing, entwining fates and forging destinies. In the tense silence of that fateful eve, as the moon cast its silver glow over the city, the tales of deified heroes began to intertwine with the lives of ordinary men and women. What was originally an honor bestowed upon a few had morphed into a web of divine aspirations that ensnared all. The empire's embrace of the sacred would shape its very future, each heartbeat a reminder that in the pursuit of divinity, one must be prepared to face the wrath of those who dare to dream of their own deification. The stage was set for a reckoning, where the echoes of the past would collide with the ambitions of the present, leaving Rome hanging in a delicate balance, teetering on the edge of its own making. Beneath the sprawling Roman sky, where marble statues stood like sentinels of time, a whisper echoed through the ages, a whisper of bravery, sacrifice, and the indomitable spirit of heroes. These legends, forged in the fires of ancient battles, continue to send shivers down the spine of modern society. Picture a young boy, eyes wide with wonder, his heart racing as he listens to tales of Julius Caesar and his daring conquests. The very air around him crackles with the electric thrill of history come alive. It's no wonder that the stories of Roman heroes linger, entwined with our own narratives, pulsing with life and emotion. As dusk falls, the flickering shadows of the past intertwine with the present. Consider the courage of Spartacus, a figure who rose from slavery to lead a formidable revolt against the Roman Empire. His name has become synonymous with the fight for freedom, resonating through the cries of modern activists. The heartache of a man fighting against oppression echoes in the hearts of those like Nelson Mandela and Martin Luther King Jr. Each time a person stands up against tyranny, Spartacus stands beside them, a silent guardian of hope. Imagine the fierce loyalty of a Roman soldier, the heartbeat of an empire. When the battle horn sounded, fear was replaced with fierce resolve. In that moment, each soldier was not just fighting for land or glory. They were fighting for their families, their homes, and their comrades beside them. The brotherhood forged in blood and sweat reverberates in the camaraderie seen in today's military forces. Veterans gather in remembrance, their eyes misty as they recall the trials and sacrifices that bond them irrevocably. Those ancient soldiers, too, felt the weight of duty pressing on their shoulders, a burden that has not faded with time. The indelible mark of these heroes is also found in the very stories that shape our cultural fabric. The allure of Roman mythology, with its gods and goddesses, continues to weave itself into the tapestry of modern storytelling. Think of the movies that explode onto our screens, echoing the valor of figures like Aeneas, whose journey to found Rome mirrors the struggles of many seeking their own promised lands. From the epic tales of Gladiator to the sweeping narratives of Troy, the legends breathe through every frame, pulling audiences into the thrill of ancient battles and timeless struggles. Yet, it is not only in grand tales of victory that Roman heroes make their mark. Consider the poignant story of Seneca, a philosopher whose wisdom echoes in the corridors of time. His thoughts on resilience in the face of adversity resonate profoundly in today's world, where mental health is increasingly recognized as a cornerstone of human existence. His words serve as a guiding light for those navigating the labyrinth of life's challenges. Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body, he said, and in these simple yet profound lines, countless people find solace and strength. As night deepens, the legacy of Roman heroes stirs in unexpected places. The Roman law system, once a rigid structure of governance, has laid the groundwork for modern justice. The principles of fairness, equality, and the presumption of innocence echo in the courts of today. Each time a gavel strikes, a piece of Rome reverberates through the halls of justice, reminding us that the struggle for fairness has been a constant battle across centuries. In the realm of art, the influence of Roman culture weaves itself into the very fabric of modern creativity. From the awe-inspiring sculptures that capture the likeness of emperors to the intricate frescoes that tell tales of gods and mortals, the brush strokes of ancient artists inspire today's creators. Consider how Michelangelo, with his passionate brush, poured the spirit of the ancients into his masterpieces. Each stroke tells a story, a legacy continually reborn. Artists today stand in that same light, drawing upon the wisdom and beauty of the past to create work that speaks to the soul. And in the sphere of politics, echoes of Roman statesmanship resonate powerfully. The fiery speeches of Cicero leap off the pages of history, reminding modern leaders of the power of words. His calls for justice and eloquence in governance serve as a beacon for today's public figures, who strive to navigate the turbulent waters of contemporary politics. The weight of leadership is a mantle worn by many, and the lessons drawn from the Senate of Rome still guide the hands that shape our destinies. Even in the realm of sports, the spirit of Roman heroes shines brightly. The gladiatorial games, once a brutal test of strength and courage, find their modern counterparts in competitive sports. The thrill of the arena, the cheers of the crowd, and the determination to emerge victorious mirror the gladiators' trials. Athletes today push their limits, drawing upon the ancient spirit that once electrified the Colosseum, where every heartbeat was a testament to the human will. As the echoes of ancient Rome weave through the fabric of our lives, a profound realization settles deep within. The stories of heroes, once mere whispers on the winds of time, now roar with the strength of the human spirit. The essence of courage, loyalty, and resilience continues to inspire, bridging the gap between past and present. Each action taken, each story told, feeds into the legacy that refuses to fade away. The pulse of history thrums beneath our feet, reminding us that we are not just the products of our own experiences, but also the inheritors of a legacy steeped in heroism. With each passing moment, the connection to these legendary figures grows stronger. As the shadows of the past dance around us, there remains an undeniable truth. The stories of Roman heroes are not confined to dusty books or crumbling ruins. They are alive, breathing, and evolving, shaping who we are and who we aspire to be. In this rich tapestry of human experience, the threads of ancient valor weave seamlessly into the narrative of our present, creating a perpetual movement toward the future. The tale continues, the echoes resonate, and the heroes live on in every heart that dares to dream of greatness.